Hello. Hello. Excuse me. Hello, everybody. It is Saturday once again, and it has once again been another rough week. But we are managing. Actually, without going too into it, I've actually been feeling a good bit better. Honestly faster than I thought I would. What this means, I don't know yet. I'm in like the last week of my boss being away, and things are still just as stressful at work. Some stuff happened in the background, personal stuff that stressed the heck out of me. And wasn't so good on the brain, but I think with time, some talks and context, I think we're starting to make our ways back uphill. At least I think so. Just need to get rid of this goddamn cough, but that's probably not happening. So, oh, thank you. But yeah, I'm a little bit scatterbrained. I slept way too much. Like, oh, hi Nightshade, how you doing? Like, how do I, so the past 4 days, I've been having like a lot of trouble sleeping, which, I'm talking about like, I was maybe somewhat asleep around midnight, and I wake up at 5 a.m. to go to work. But if my sleep is patchy or non-existent, I'm not guaranteed those 5 hours. So I'm pretty sure at most in the past 4 days I have maybe slept 20 hours. With the exception of today, because I slept in hard. Like, slept in hard. Like, I think at some point it was like 9 a.m. and my phone was going off, because after 7 a.m. it stops being on do not disturb mode so I can sleep. And my phone just kept going, and if anybody who's been in the RP streams or in my streams in general knows that whenever you hear hello, it's my phone. And I just kept hearing it, and then I just freaking put it on do not disturb again. And and then I passed out, and it was almost 1. So when did I go to bed? When did I go to bed last night? I stayed up because I also have this issue where I'm just like, no, I don't want to go. I don't have to go to bed. I can do things with my night. And that led to me staying up. I want to say pretty late. I want to say maybe a little after 1 a.m. So to sleep till about 12 hours. Pretty crazy. Yeah, you stayed up pretty late. Yeah. I think having, with everything going on and having a lot more sleep in my system and not being like fresh out of like an 9-hour shift, 8 to 9 hour shift, where I'm dealing with people and putting on a face and acting like I'm okay and not in physical, mental, emotional turmoil, it makes it a lot easier to take on the day. So I think that's why I feel like there's a good improvement on my mood today. What this means for, because of that, I'm going to be real. Because of that, of everything going on with me, it was one of the reasons why Final Fantasy and Zelda were probably not going to happen in these coming days. But I'm feeling, maybe we might be fine. But I can't 100% it right now. I cannot say for 100% sure. I am pretty tired still. Like, even though I slept a lot, there's like, yeah, I could lay down and sleep. Oh, excuse me. See, I can lay down and like sleep for another 5 hours if I needed to, if I wanted to. I don't want to. Yeah. Things can wait this week. Yeah, we'll I'll see. It's been a bit. Those who know. Those who know why. Because I talk incessantly and don't shut up about it. But either way, we are on night 23 of Final Fantasy, which means that we are very, very close. Oh, thank you, Dan. Mwah. We are very, very close to the last legs of Endwalker. Are we gonna get through it all today? I hope so. But there might, if I talk too much, then we might not. So, let's make our way. There we go. Lower my volume a little bit on this end. Alrighty. So, what? There we go. Alrighty. So, once again, we are, in this case, back to Charlian. We are going to move ourselves. God, I should probably unplug my tablet. I always just like have it here because I'm like, but what if though? And then nothing ever happens. I haven't drawn in a good bit aside from concepting. So, last time on Final Fantasy, we traveled back in time to Elpis, where we saw an ancient, the ancient race of people before they were sundered into what it is humanity is now. We met Emmett Selk, we met Hythlodaeus, we met Hermes, we met Vana, and the initial reason we went back in time was to figure out what the fuck causes the final days. And what we found, what the cause was someone giving a very vague question to a space bird and telling it to go look for sentient life and ask it why it lives. And, didn't go well. And this fucker's a scientist. That's the great part. Hermes is a goddamn idiot. And Hermes is a fucking idiot. No peer review, private fucking pet project. Why? What are people's reasons for living? This will not end anything but good. It doesn't. The bird finds just dead civilizations or civilizations at war or inadvertently cause the death of civilizations. And when she asked them, why do you live? It was all bad. There was no reason for living. To live is to die and to suffer. And it became consumed by nihilism. It decided, I'm going to harness the power of dynamis, which is the power of emotions, essentially. I will make a nest with my sisters because there was more than one space bird. I will make a nest at the edge of the universe. I will hone it. I will hone and collect this power. And I will destroy worlds with it. And, well, that wasn't good. I could have also summarized the Elpis chapter and what causes the final days as, remember how everything went to shit when Elon Musk bought Twitter? And you would have immediately understood that chapter. Perfect. But there you go. So, as we make our way, obviously at some point in meeting Emmett Selk, Vana, and Hythlodaeus, they learned who we are. They say, wow, you sure do look like Zem, but Zem's not here. That's weird. We tell them what's going on, what's going to happen. Some don't believe us, like Emmett Selk, because of course he doesn't. And we proceed through all this, and then when they see the space bird has depression, they're like, okay, maybe this person has a point. Unfortunately, once our Depresso Dr. Hermes decides to let his space bird go off and do that thing that is bad, because he loves life and loves too much, but also has depression. Decides we ancients who harness creation magics have no right to decide who live or dies. And if we are, then we also need to be measured by that standard. So I'm going to let the space bird do what it plans to do. And if we can't figure out a way out of it, then we do not deserve to live either. Emmett was like, you dumbass, that's a horrible idea. And Hermie was like, well, you know what? It doesn't matter if you think it's a bad idea, because you're gonna forget that all of this happened. And unfortunately, me and Vana, like us and Vana, we get out of it. But Emmett, Cell, Kythodeus, and Hermes end up in the freaking, I'd say the time warp, but Hermes activates a memory manipulation tool, erases their memories of the Elpis chapter, and go on to do things with these memories not around. Emmett Selk doing what they did, which, funny enough, Emmett in the past could not believe and cannot imagine himself actually doing it. But with how things ended, with Vana sundering the ancients and everything, and the summonings of Zodiark and the sacrifices that came from that, eventually he did become that. And we hear the notion of when people die. I mean, we kind of got it back in the early Charlian chapter, and we got it back here, that when people die, they get their memories back. So this also explains why Emmett Selk helped us at the very, very end of Shadowbringers. Obviously we don't have the cutscene because it takes place during a trial fight, but it explains that. We just didn't understand that, but now we have that context, and even now, further context. Why did Emmett Selk help us in Shadowbringers? Okay, so when memories are repressed, they come back to us when we die? Okay. Oh! Emmett remembers! Okay. Alrighty. But now we are back in the first because we use the Crystarium and the Crystal Tower to do this by using Elidibus. But now that we have all this information, it's time to regroup with our friends and try to forestall the final days. It is wreaking havoc on the entire world. People are turning into blasphemies due to despair and sorrow and anguish, and we need to stop that before there is nothing left. And now we know the source of it, but we have to reach it. And in order to understand how to reach that, we need to get in contact with Hydaelyn. So let's do that first. We've put on a new outfit. Let us go as the heavens burn. No, I missed the henceforth he shall walk. Yes, you did. We did all of the Elpis chapter last stream. I have soup, and I have garlic bread and coffee. Earlier on the Magna Glacies. Today's soup is chicken noodle. And it's snowing like balls outside.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
I'm not dying in fucking Garlemald.
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
To be fair,
Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Nah. So in this scene, they have you fight as some of the Scions. This one they have you fight as Alphanos. You can try out the Sage class. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm a white mage. I am a basic bitch. But it was still fun.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army.
The boy!
So, you've recovered then?
The grumpy boy!
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Imagine how I felt as a red mage
Of
main,
that
almost
I've
failed
no
so many
doubt.
times. I think I failed like once or twice, I can't remember.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
I once failed myself as a samurai. I can imagine someone who doesn't play a healer role normally being like, what the fuck do I do? I can't just hit it. Estinian's doing that for me.
To take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
Yo, the
To
Word
be
of Light's
devoured
biggest
by
fans
their
here.
former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
It's like, oh, I love those.
Let's go!
Now, this one, I'm trying to remember if we play as Graha or as Alize. And I think it was Graha. I think you play as Graha here. And I'm gonna be real. Not the biggest fan of playing the Scions. The Scions have like 3 buttons. I'm used to having like 50. And we played as Best Girl. Okay, they had us play as Alize. Okay. Again, I don't play Red Mage often. I'm going to slowly start learning how to do Red Mage. But I'm sure Red Mage utilizes more than 3 fucking buttons. Because I could not do it. I think I failed Alize a couple times. Didn't they also make us play Graha? I think they make us play Graha after this, if anything. They have us play a little bit of them.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oof. Gave me a good ego boost after Alpha, no.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
He's doing the trailer move. Yeah, he is.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Hmm.
Oh.
I'm back! That's precisely why you should never skip your squat regime.
I can look after myself, you know.
Yeah. Their action is amazing.
Everything's in order? I trust?
I might check that out later in private.
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
No, I hear they bring us back to this. That's why I thought we were playing as Graha in one of them. Quest progression. I'm trying to remember like what quest progression does it reflect? I'm going to assume it's referring to coils. Because you have to do the Crystal Tower, and that's Graha's. It might be referencing the coils of Bahamut. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I just don't know what specifically is reflecting coils. I'm guessing it's something Alize says. But either way, we say we clear the blasphemies. I love Euless, he's so angry.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Yeah,
Your
well.
hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
I thought they don't give this bitch a name, but she's got a lot of lines for an NPC. She talks a lot. I call her Namira.
It seems they've a new destination.
Name her after Peanut Butter
The
Gaber's
people of
dog.
Ragsatan have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I think they gave her one later. Maybe they do. I can't remember. Is she the one that gives you like your final set?
I quite agree.
I think she does have a name.
Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well,
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
I wish I could stick my tongue out. I can't. I can't. Oh, baby. Hello.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Hi, Mithril. Hello.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh. Ow.
You cannot still be on about a rematch.
No, he is, Alize.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yeah.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Alize, this man has two settings. Fight, horny, and warrior of light simping. It's just like, man, you might not be big into fighting as I am, but for some reason, I just can't get you to look at me. I want you to look at me. Okay.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Oh. Oh, poor Yuli. So basically, she's the same as Xenos.
Garlemald is
Interesting.
in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
Now here's the thing. without going too into Xenos, because, I mean, in the game, we only get so much of him, but, the game really likes to have, like, you sort of be a foil to Xenos, where Xenos is bloodthirsty, wants to fight, always wants to fight a greater opponent, and you, as the Warrior of Light, are an adventurer who has a passion for the unknown, and is always thinking about the next great big adventure. But where the Warrior of Light and Xenos are different, what really makes them who they are is the fact that Xenos wasn't loved, wasn't cared about and given like compassion, didn't make friends, while the Warrior of Light did. And it goes into that underlying thing that is pretty prevalent in 14 and a lot of media like this, of friendship and bonds making us who we are, and the hope and the strength that gives us. Essentially also saying that without that, we could possibly end up just as bad as Xenos. But yeah.
Along with so many of its people, not just soldiers like us, not only those who fought and killed for power and duty, innocent civilians.
Yeah. It's different without the thing.
Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they've breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
Ow. That's the thing. I'm gonna be real with you, I fucking love me some Xenos. The man is cold. He is cold. Because of course, Xenos initially did all of this because he was promised he was gonna fight you. He was promised he was gonna fight you. That's all he wanted. And then he didn't get that fight with you. So it's like, I wasted it. That was a waste of time, huh? Oh well. He doesn't care. That's your yeah. He doesn't care.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger.
Don't, he's going to kill you.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Would you be happier?
What?
Like, more? I mean...
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
He's asking the real question here.
If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why.
I mean, essentially what he's saying is, like, honestly, do you even really actually care about why I did this? If I had a fully fleshed, bona fide reason, would that make it better in your eyes? Would you be satisfied? Because if it did, then you're not any better than I am. So don't act like if I had a reason you would be any different, because you wouldn't be.
Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
I welcome you to die.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
You also know you can't do it, Euless. It's okay.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
I was really getting red flag horny energy.
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
I love Alize. I love how she knows who she's speaking to, but she's going to let you know what she thinks anyway. She doesn't care. She knows that he can just bring that bitch out and kill her. But she doesn't care about that. She's going to say what she wants to say. She's going to make her thoughts known, and I fucking love her. And she's just saying, like, yeah, you're strong. Doing what you've done has made you strong. But if you continue only thinking about what you want and doing what you want to do and thinking only of yourself and what makes you happy and what pleases you, and you don't think about other people and consider other people, in the end, no one is going to give a fuck about you. No one is going to give a fuck about you. And it's true. It's true. At the end of the day, to an extent, unconditional love is not quite realistic. We want something out of people. There are people that do things for us, whether it's emotionally, mentally, physically, monetarily, societal, whatever. And we appreciate and love and maybe even use people for that. But the point is that when you care about people, when you think about people, it shows, people notice, and people who appreciate that will give it back. But if you only think of yourself, if you hole yourself away and close yourself off and ignore people and don't listen to people, then you're going to be alone. You're going to be alone.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Mm-hmm. She knows. And that gets him. That hits him. The face? His face changes. That hit him. Eso le do. Eso le dio. Like, oh. Mm-hmm. If you only think
We're
about
ready to
yourself, you will
depart.
never get what you
The
want.
refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
Yes, Daddy. Sorry.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
Devotional. Really? What? He looks nice. Look, I'll get canceled on Twitter if I go after the twins. I need to go after their father. You tell me where I've spoken a lie. Oh my god. Go after the mom. I'm not into women like that. Ah! I'm not into women like that. Sid is totally daddy. Oh, excuse me. Hi, Flip Fox. Welcome. Hello. I'm just saying, the dad looks fine. His children are far too young. I do not wish to be cancelled on Twitter. So I shall go for the father.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
Wait a minute, if she goes for the father, the mom, go for it. Yeah, guys, I'm just saying, if y'all want Emiliance, so if I have Fortunal, then it's okay, then y'all can have Emiliance. There you go. We both win. We both win. Look, I'm just saying, tell me where I have lied. Also, because Estinian wasn't on screen, I couldn't say that towards Estinian. We can have Estinian too. It's kind of hard to believe that Estinian is only 32. Can you believe that? Ah!
I must visit Garlemald. We return to
Ah,
Charlotte.
lordy.
Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Yes.
Allow
I'm
us to
out of cough
accompany you
drops.
then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Oh, lordy.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Ha! It's like, get ready to fucking retire, Pops. But still, Fortuno, when we just left fucking Emmett, Estinian, you little shitster. Here's the thing. Maybe it's just me. I love Emmett. I don't understand why everyone fucking is horny for Emmett. Like, he's great. He's great. He looks good. He's sassy. He's that bitch. But, like, Shadowbringers, he is just, again, he is an angry old man who wants these damn kids off his damn lawn. He wants to relive his glory days with all his friends. He wants to bring them back, and I get it. I don't know. And then in the Yelpus chapter, he is just grumpy. He's just grumpy. Like and mean. Like, I get it. I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, nah, the other ones do it so much better. Emmett is daddy. He's a total fucking drama queen with posture issues and deep emotional damage. What's not to love? You know what? You know what everybody likes about Emmett? They think they can fix him. That's it. That's it. You guys are just, you just look at him and all his problems and you're like, I can fix him. I can fix him. I can make him happy again. Give him what life's worth living. Show him that life's worth living. Fuck it, I can't even fix myself. It's usually the broken people that like him the most.
No major injuries then. Good.
Alrighty.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
Saved a lot. A lot are dead though.
Though not all, I regret to say.
Exactly. We lost a lot.
I take it that I'm addressing Monsieur Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur.
This bench needs more Gaius. He's a badass.
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Haven't had a vanilla coffee in a while.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And
I
I,
already
for one,
trusted
would not
you.
consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions.
It's all water under the bridge, dude.
Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
It's like, what? What?
We swore to defend Garlemald.
My man's just flabbergasted.
So we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
We want that, thank you.
I did.
Aw.
Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I like that, just that little bit of like, he looks down and his eyes like dart around a little bit, like as he's like thinking. Just those little minute details. 14 has come far and learned a lot from Hildebrand.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
Can't wait for 7.0.
Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Thank you, Daddy.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Yeah. Ah.
Did you hear something just now?
I love how that sound effect just plays for him. The little fucking ear flick. So cute. I love it. Fucking little blink blink sound effect was cute too.
Where is this stars blasted pudding?
Boonies!
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Yeah, the other ones haven't met the bunnies.
Bitter climb bring warmth and comfort.
Hi, Daddy Anjay. Spin me with your words. Spin me and bend me over with your words.
It is heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Alize, shut up. Girl, God, not on stream. Yeah, I do whatever the fuck I want.
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
I love how you can hear it. The shivering. I'm cold as fuck, Alize.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to say a word about any changes in the plans.
Can somebody please tell us what the fuck is taking you all so goddamn long?
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Livingway needs to swear more often now.
It's really fucking rude is what it is. So we came down here and said, we will drag you kicking and screaming to the bloody moon ourselves. And then we thought, after we calmed down just a tad, that maybe something is impeding you. And we decided we will come and help.
But it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
I love how these fuckers sound like they might as well be on Disney Channel. I wouldn't, oh my god, they remind me of fucking Chip and Dale. I wish I could do that, that voice. I wish I can do Mapping Wave's voice. It's like nasally, but like.
There will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Oh, as they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Uriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
My name is Silloutway, and this is the Disney Channel. Bop, bop, ba-dop.
Pudding way, oh my god.
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
I'm gonna be real with you. This song here gives me Kingdom Hearts vibes. This song, Kingdom Hearts vibes. It feels like it feels like it belongs in Kingdom Hearts. Which works, because a lot of Kingdom Hearts music also kind of feels like it belongs in Final Fantasy. But for some reason, this song specifically really just gives me a lot of KH vibes.
We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Fortuno meeting his compatriots finally. What the fuck?
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Yeah, hi. These are yeah,
Hail,
them.
fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Oh,
was with
pudding wing.
reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish the darkest. Good to haveth you back. Little joke.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all.
I am. Dude's like the wise beings we've been talking to were Lalafell-sized rabbits this whole time. The fuck? I am talking to barely a yam-high rabbit by Thaliag. Let this be but a dream.
Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Yes.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
God. I'm starting to become that sort of trash that wants to like commission art of like my Final Fantasy character of like Final Fantasy Polo, and like one of the ideas I've had is just to have her surrounded by Loperites, just hugging Loperites. She would love them so much. She would love the Loperites so much. Fortunately, when you realize how the Loperites interpreted their info for prep. Oh no. They're so foofy. They're just so cute. I love rabbits. Like, a long time ago I talked about it, about like the evolution of like my design and stuff, and rabbits used to be on my design, like very blatant and not fitting at all. I used to have rabbits on my design. But when I decided to like become a VTuber, I was like, I need to have like everything has to be here for a reason, you know? And the rabbits had to go, but rabbits are my favorite animal.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
The Loperates are the perfect fucking thing to add to this extremely depressing expansion. I love the humor they have kind of sprinkled here.
But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
Oh, they took off my glasses. I can't
don't
see.
why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
They remove your helmet in this cutscene, but because I don't have a helmet and I just have a pair of glasses, they're like, you can't see. This is why I wish they let us have multiple head accessories. Like, helmet and face. So that, like, helmet can be just bow, even though it'd be funny to just remove my bow. And then face. A face accessory and a head accessory. Just let me have that.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
Yeah, they took off my blindfold because my character's blind, and I'm just like, bitch, I can't see it with it on. Why take it off?
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years.
Fucker stole my goggles.
We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
I love how your Stola's like, that includes the Beastmen, right? Maybe.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
This scene got me on a 5-minute rant because of Fortuno's answer. I mean, this is a touchy subject, I feel. Because again, Y'shtola's asking a real question. Are you going to make sure that everyone can leave? And it's like, maybe. And it's like, how are you deciding who does and does not get on? And my first assumption when I saw this scene was like, are you contacting the Beastmen as well? And again, his answer kind of seems to imply that they're not considering the Beastmen. Which is fucked up. It wasn't really a hint of who are you to judge who survives in the end, and how can you judge who survives in the end? Yeah, no, I know. I know more or less. It, again, I got some other implications from this scene too, because my first thoughts, again, were, what about the Beastmen? And, what I see with his line here, where, introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to a certain end, there's still a lot of, like, a lot of animosity towards some Beastmen tribes. People have been killed from Beastmen tribes. People have killed the Beastmen. There's not yet. Oh yeah, no, Fortuno doesn't care about them. At least that's what the line implies. Yeah, the line implies that if we bring the Beastmen along, it might stir up conflict, which while we're on the moon, we cannot afford to have. Because if the conflict becomes too great, and there becomes fighting and a war on the goddamn moon, we're unfortunately going to be dooming ourselves, because it's I didn't even think this was about the Beastmen when I did this. I was thinking about people who wouldn't want to leave their homes. Yeah, there's also that too. You can't convince, there are people who all they know is where they've been. They don't know, they can't fathom. There are people who have not lived in the more technologically advanced Sharlayan or Garlemald or more steampunky places like Ishgard. There are people who have lived in a fucking hobble hut, living off the fat of the land their whole lives. They can't fathom something like this. They can't understand. But the point of it is to get everyone off. This helps, like, this is supposed to help everyone, but there's just so many different people that don't agree with each other, people that just lived different lives. So it's like, how are you going to decide who gets in and on? What are you going to be using to ensure that how are you going to make sure that everyone gets on this ship? How are you going to make sure of that? What are you going to do with the people who don't want to go? Or the people that might cause shit? What are you going to do? And it's a hard question to answer. The scene really helps people understand how actual refugees feel.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
Mel Vieira. Bon nuit, boy. People say you can't learn from games.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
Give us the forum uniform.
This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated.
Everyone's losing their shit faster than we thought.
Of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
We don't have enough essentially what Fortuno is saying here, we can launch this bitch today. But the problem is, in order to get everybody out, to do the back and forth, to get everyone on the moon, we do not have enough time, and we do not have the resources. But in the end, the sad answer is you can't get everyone to agree. Sometimes you have to choose the hardest answer, and sometimes the answer doesn't include everyone. Exactly. And that's again what Fortuno is saying. If we use it now, we won't be able to get everybody. We don't have enough time. We don't have that power yet. And that's where their problem is. We don't have that. We can do it now, but we're going to be having to leave a lot of people behind. We can't take everybody right now.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions.
What if we know somebody?
Succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
We want to see our mommy. We want to see Crystal Mom.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
It must be so hard to be Alphino's dad.
If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
I swear they should have just made a TV series at this point.
Delightful as always, Master Alphino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
And here comes the payoff of so much setup. Years of setup from all the way back in ARR finally come to fruition. Well, I don't want to kick his ass. Nah, man, this old man's great.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
I love how he raises his
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
He didn't raise his hand. It's like... I love that last line. Regardless of your personal misgivings. Essentially being like, despite how you feel about this, this is what we have decided, and you need to carry it out. Even Baroner can't deny that the Scions could actually help.
Very well.
What a dick.
Pull this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
I think one of the reasons Final Fantasy XIV story also works really well is because it's a game. Because there's so many side quests and other things going on that there's too much ground to cover. Final Fantasy XIV, if you were to adapt it into a storyline, each expansion would already be like a 52 episode series. Just to try to get as much possible. And on top of that, one of the reasons that 14 story is also good is because you're at the center of it. Does anyone know who his VA is? I don't know who the VA is. You will have to look it up on like IMDb or something. The voice cast of like Endwalker or 14 in general, but it's a big cast. I'm actually gonna go on BRB really quick. I do have to use the washroom. My stomach was being a little bumbly. Excuse me. So everybody can take a quick bathroom break or grab a snack, and then we are going to continue right forward. We have quite a bit to get through, so I will see you all in about 5 minutes. Oh, apologies there. Kind of took a bit longer than my tummy. Let us continue. Ah, God. Ah. We meet their little engineer.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse.
What is that? What is that?
It's a Christmas present.
Oh wow, you got somebody a soda stream. Oh my god, this lad. If you still have eyebrows, you're not trying hard enough.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Oh.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
Ah,
There are
head pat.
archons among
I'm getting
them,
head pats
but
from Jester.
engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Yeah.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace.
Winter M&Ms. Mint, white chocolate, PP min, and min. Yeah, yo, freaking. One time I was working at the cafe, and someone was like, "Can I have a half sweet white peppermint mocha?" So when I finished it, I passed it to one of the girls, and I called it a white PP half chub.
What the fuck?
That's it. Because it was white and white chocolate and peppermint, but it was only half sweet, so it was only halfway there. It was funny in my mind.
As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Squeaky's the only person who can say PP mint and not question why they do it regularly. I very much do. Whenever, because like especially whenever I'm writing like when people order multiple drinks, I always write the name of the drinks on the lid. So to just not have to write peppermint, I just write PP mint. I just write PP mint, and it usually gets the point across. And I'll be like, here you go, here's your PP mint. And no one cares. I just call it a PP mint.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Yeah. I still have a lot of soup and this like piece of garlic bread.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
You're so angry. Also, Twitter has given me the most beautiful thing ever, a shirt with a 16 Vuln stack on it that says, "I'm fine." High key. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't wear t-shirts, I wear like, when I'm at home, I wear like tank tops and like sleevelesses. I would wear the fuck out of that because that's me right now.
Hast thou consulted with the Lopperites?
Maybe have it as a VTuber asset instead. Just impose a t-shirt on top of myself with 16 volts that says I'm fine.
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer.
Hold on, just one quick sec. moon cough this much, I would have probably asked Chester to get me some cough drops, but oh well. No, it's okay. I didn't know you were going to get anything, but my cough's been coming back pretty bad. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I had to run.
I've talked about it before. You gotta try and hold back as
That's
best you can.
I know, but that's easier said than done when your body's already kind of just doing it.
The moon's propulsion systems are considerable.
So that advice does not
yet
help
they
me.
are commensurately massive.
I think me having coffee didn't help.
Convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You try to drive me mad!
They send me rabbits!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalaman's construction and launch.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Galamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Am I
Surely
full?
the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Yes. See? Coils. What will you say? You want me to go and fetch the whatsits? The raven? White Raven's ghost. It haunts me. It sounds like a job for someone else.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
A little bit.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Expansion title.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Totally don't have connections from all the corners of Eorzea. Think, Graha, think.
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
God.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Like, oh, what the fuck?
Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Burn a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you've heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlie before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Yeah. God damn it, Sickard. He only appeared briefly, but he's fun. He's so angry. The power of networking. Again, calling back. Calling back to what Alize said earlier. If you don't pay attention to the plight of the people around you and care about others and help them, you're not gonna get shit when you need it. Or when you want it. Meanwhile, in Oda, the power of networking.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
I'm just picturing a lot of places blowing up as everyone tries everything they can try to do.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults.
She's like, I know you know somebody from all your rich, snobby little fucky friends that got some of that shit in their vaults, collecting dust. Get them to me now. Surely you know of some being traded or on open or clandestine markets or sleeping in collectors' vaults. This was an amazing callback to post-ARR Alphino. Back with the Crystal Braves, back then he had no control of the situation and tried his best to fit into pants that were too big for him to fit in, but now he fits them perfectly, just not because he's grown, but because how he knows what it means to lead. He's met and even helped leaders better than him and learned from theirs and his own mistakes.
Of course,
it's great.
I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
This is a chance for you to make money. Do whatever you can. Get me the things.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught.
I love how Nanamo, like, again, from like the end of like ARR, it's like she's like, I'm going to dissolve the Sultanate and I'm gonna fucking fuck over the monetarists and try to like stop the monetarists from ruling everything. But as like she came back to, she was like, I can't do that. But I'm going to use these fuckers. I'm going to use these fuckers. I need to learn how to. I love Nanamo.
When we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
My baby's grown so much. Alrighty. For once in your life, don't think of money first. If this works, it's more so if this works, think of the money you'll make. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, to be fair, the best way to get them to save the world, say, hey, the world's ending. If that happens, money ends. Arun Senna, this little shit.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
We're kind of clerics, that's all we are.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
We can only heal. If only we had people who
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
If only we had the punchy peoples. Hi, Blasphee2, welcome.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
We are punchy people. Did someone say punchy?
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our
Dude rocking the hentai pro tag haircut. I have from some angles that you can see his eyes, though.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
This is also kind of really nice because if you pay attention to the lore, if you learn the lore by doing like other quests and stuff, you learn that Girabania a long time ago was like, man, you know what sounds like fun invading? Gridania. You know what sounds like fun invading? Gridania. And then when Garlemald freaking folded Alamigo and the rest of Girabania, and the Alamegans were like, please let us in. We need help. Gridania said, you can eat our ass. And so this is really nice. This is growth. Is Gridania still racist? It has its problems, yes, still. When it comes to the 3 city-states, they all have a problem. Limsa is pirates and ERPers. Ul'dah is capitalism. And Gridania is racism. Yeah, the Autumn War sure was a thing. The only time, yeah, Gridania and Girabania are being dicks to each other. Yeah, so this is a good thing. If you pay attention to the lore by doing certain side quests and class quests, this is a big deal. Ul'dah is more than just capitalism. You're right. And ERPers. I was gonna say the ERPers are more closely related to Limsa Lominsa. Like I know there's like the quicksand, I think it's called that that people ERP in a lot in Ul'dah, but whenever I hear of ERPers, I hear of Limsa. The quicksand. Yeah. You're right. It's Limsa and AFKing. Yeah, this is a big deal because of like their lore and their history. Girabania and Alamigo tried to freaking take over Gridania, and then when Garlemald freaking took them over, Gridania said, "Ha! Take that." My hair smells good as fuck. Oh my god. I washed my hair earlier today, and I'm out of conditioner. I'm gonna have to buy more, but like I have like a little bit left, but I'm gonna have to buy more conditioner. And I like just like loosened up my hair, and oh my god, I smell it and it's so good. I have my smell back. I can smell again. Wait a second, there's an entire section of the game just a bunch of horny people, and they're just around as you try to save a world. That's the fucking row wall is still in Limsa, and it's so stupid. Oh my god. Look, the AFKers are just the pirates who don't do anything. That makes sense.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Okay, alright then. Yeah, so Ul'dah has capitalism and ERPers. Limsa has pirates and AFKers and Manifest Destiny. So like imperialism and Manifest Destiny and AFKers. And Gridania has racists and vegans. Okay. We all have problems. I love the answers here.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Limsa is just people in search for booty. Hey. God, I love the soundtrack. Meanwhile, the row wall. God, the row wall. What's the joke with the row wall? That used to not be there. What happened? Meanwhile, in Kurthus, am I gonna see my daddy Elmeric? Daddy? Daddy? Daddy's Ward? I can't wait till Pam really gets into Heaven's Ward. I can't wait till all my friends who are playing 14 get into Heaven's Ward.
There.
Freaking
There you are.
Daddy's Ward.
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
They just want the Lotus to go AFK on the sides. Aww.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Power Rangers roar. The Hexaro wall. It's a wall of a bunch of Rogadin, which are the big beefy gianty race, and they're just lined up in areas. And that's it. AFK, yeah, that's it. They're people that literally just log on, line up, and form a wall in front of an area, and then AFK. Was this the cutscene I just watched? I think it was. I think it was. Hold on. Yeah. I wasn't paying attention. All right. Ooh, excuse me. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, one dude got banned for being extremely fucking racist and shit. Yeah, it's not good to be racist. It's bad. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Kojin.
Hmm? Is that?
Yes, it's the good boy.
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
This part of Footfalls,
And
I'm
a
getting so tired of it.
fortuitous one at that.
It's Sorobong.
I have
It's
a
good boy.
favor to ask, you
It's
see.
the good turtle. I wonder what this cutscene would have looked like if you didn't do... It's a very short cutscene. I wonder what the cutscene looks like without that. I think he just comes in. It's a very short cutscene. I want to see what I want to see what this cutscene looks like without you having done the Four Lords. I'm very curious. Because it's like, he appears because you did it. Like, because you did that quest, they appear. So, like, what happens?
And... Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Oh, that's just it. Okay. You don't see Seiryu. That makes sense. So if you didn't do it, you wouldn't see it because, yeah, alrighty. I love the Four Lords. They're fun. So going underground, Sage Council. Alrighty. We helped gather people and Bunui.
Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended.
He can tell all the Bunuis apart.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page fills to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now?
The sleeping
I
way,
dare
the
say they'd be
pilot.
more than a bit surprised and impressed, no doubt.
Please wake up your sleep as followed. Hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for following. I am surely not asleep.
Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Oh. It's like, yeah? What's going on?
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh. I got the tissues, same T-Tam. Like, oh.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Oh.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
What is going on? She has assaulted him!
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Oh.
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings.
Those are his goddamn in-laws. If not in-laws, they adopted him.
The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Aww. Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me.
His fucking arms, man. Yeah, he's shaking.
But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better.
I'm so sad she died, man.
I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
But it's like, Urianger never realized how much he loved her until she was gone, and it's so sad.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
And that's why couldn't they been happy? I do like ship Urianger and Moonbrita pretty hard. I don't ship, I can't find anybody to ship Urianger with except for like the Warrior of Light for some people. Like, he loved Moonbrita so much. And it's like, yeah, if you pay attention to him in like ARR, where he's wearing that fucking stupid outfit, like, he was reclusive. He was always in the Waking Sands, very secrety and in the background doing all his bullshit. And then it's like, freaking Shadowbringers happen, and he's like, I gotta go find out things. I need to talk to people. And he can talk to people very, very well. He is very, very articulate, very fluent, very good at like really getting people to think. So like, to hear that like he was essentially like, to see him first be so isolated and then slowly opening up and realizing that talking to people is important. Urianger's growth is amazing, and I love him. We got along with the fucking Fae. Yes, he was our bridge to the Fae. Like, he knew how to play with them. He knew how to talk to them and how to, like, kind of work their whimsy against them in a way that, like, you know, kind of kept you safe. Did my fucking model freeze? Yeah, it did. Ah, there we go. Had a little jump. Oh, man. Ah, good shit. I fucking love them. I love Urianger. Like, and what I love here is that, like, again, with Moonbrita's parents, like, this whole thing, again, hearing Moonbrita, like, you know, she would beat up the bullies, like, be nice to him and protect him. And then they were like, hey, instead of beating up the people that pick on Urianger, why not, you know, be around him, learn around him, and help him be able to connect with people. And yeah, and she freaking was by him the whole time and never left his side and did everything he did to learn to understand him and loved him so much. And yeah, he might have thought it was annoying. He was like, ah, God, fucking Moonbrita. Like, when she comes in, he's like, ah, fucking, God damn it. And then she dies, and he's like, oh, God, no. And the fact that her parents don't resent him for that, because it wasn't his fault. It wasn't, but he blames himself.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be.
And they practically adopted Urianger.
I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
This is why I get sad when people drop 14 because of the story. It's, yes, it's slow to start and can be a drag, but God, is it some of the best writing, so many of the threads? Yeah. That's that thing of, again, I don't blame people for dropping ARR if the story, like, isn't grabbing them immediately, because it does send you on a lot of dumb goose chases that while they build the world, it like that I understand. ARR is very grindy, it's very long, it's very padded. And I like that bit by bit they're kind of trimming the fat of ARR now as they get more of this. Some people might not like it, but it is what it is. But if I ever hear people say that they just cannot finish because ARR is too long, I will offer to buy them a story skip. I will offer to buy them a story skip so they can just skip ARR and then tell them just to watch the cutscenes. Because I think it's important. It's very, very important. And like skipping ARR and not at least going back to watch it, I think it is detrimental to the rest of the story. She has returned to the live stream, which kind of sucks because you have to leave. It's so worth to stay with it through the hard times. Yeah. Aw, baby.
I think...
Oh.
I can feel her too.
Aw, baby. Jojo posing, baby. I want to believe that it's because of Moonbrita that he Jojo poses. She used to Jojo pose.
Truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This Moonbreeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people. What is love?
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
God, I want to hug him. Yeah, you don't need to know the AR story for a lot of stuff to hit right, but I agree on skipping the gameplay if it's actively harming your experience. Yes. And again, I think Square Enix is understanding that because bit by bit, they're kind of trimming some of that fat out of ARR. Now, of course, some people might not like that they're doing it. One, because some of those side stories are really nice for like cute little character moments and stuff. But again, if some people think it's a slog and they're gonna skip it anyway, just turn them into side quests or something. Because yeah, it's pretty long. And some people also say no because then you're cutting out content and making the free trial shorter. You're still getting all the way into Heavensward, and Heavensward is long. So, I mean, hell, Praetorium used to be almost 20 minutes and now it's a couple of missions. Yeah. So it's like, it's fine. I think trying to streamline the process that they're going through, the streamline ARR, I think is a good thing. Because there are unfortunately a lot of people who quit like early on or halfway through ARR. Still can't believe they removed the friendly Spriggan. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's unfortunate. Alrighty. We are about 2 hours in. Okay, we're going at a good pace. We're doing good. Oh god, this song always makes me fucking cry. Don't make me fucking cry,
All
game.
set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
Look, some people got upset they took out the Chocobo sniffing quest. People got mad over that. People will get mad at anything. Are you making a pizza? You can't hear me. People hate change. Like, any sort of change. Even if they actually cared about it, they will get mad. Like, even if they didn't actually care. It's like, you're changing it. I don't like change. There's people who want to be mad. It's fine. They can suck it.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end.
For the part you collect the corrupted crystals for the Garuda trial, you'd encounter a friendly Spriggan that wants to slay the giant cannibalistic Spriggan that has the corrupted crystal you need.
For their part,
oh, that quest.
Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Again, it's those things that ARR being as long as it was made sense when it was like one of only like 2 or 3 expansions, or the only thing. Now with how long excuse me, now with like 4 expansions on its belt, each one being about maybe 30 to 40 hours each, you don't need ARR to be that long. You don't. The only time you need Narcus Spriggans.
It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Oh man, our Amazon package has arrived. Oh, bye-bye. Meanwhile?
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news.
What?
A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Ah, fuck. There's shit going down. Oh no. Ow. Ah. Ah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think the coffee is what fucked up my throat. I'm not coughing as much. Am I? I don't think I am. It was the coffee.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh. Oh, look at it there!
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Ah, fucking
By
customs.
12. Surely, these can't all be.
Hi, Void Arc.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
Man, when Alfie calls in everyone, he calls in everyone. And again, I'm guessing that if you don't have these quests, you don't see the... I can't remember what the... I think it's called the Prima Vista, the Evilise ship. You don't see that. You don't see the fuckers on the Void Arc. There's probably gonna be a couple more here that we see. But, like, you don't see those fuckers. That's also why when Kinky Mation, who's still going through this, now they're doing the Eden raids. But, like, this is why, like, some of us are, like, pushing her to do these side content, these raid series and these trial series, because they add those little bits of the story. You see those little rewards for you going and doing other things, and how they come in and it's, like, referenced in the main story. It's so cool.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
It begins.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I wish there was more of the side content before I got here. I wish I did more of the side content when I got here. I didn't finish some of them by the time I got to this quest. Before Endwalker, I made sure that I wanted to do like a good chunk of the side stuff. At least the side stuff that it was like, this will be referenced in Endwalker. The only thing I didn't really do was the Bajna stuff.
I'll have you know, I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, it was my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My,
The boys.
What a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
And the good boy.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the
With our
other
dango.
auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Alright, and there's the four lords there. So like you wouldn't have this little bit if you didn't do it. So then you get Tenzin's relics as well.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me
Lending.
to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
And they got here through the Prima Vista.
Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
Wouldn't trust Kent. Seiryu was thinking straight. Wouldn't trust Hancock with even a pet rock.
And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Yeah.
We funded the venture. When?
When the fuck did we pay for this?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Here she comes. The legend.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
The strongest scion. I still love this scene. I think it's near the end of Heaven's Ward. Or at least the end of ARR, where she was just like, we need a base and we need to do things, and for that we need money. She knows the power of money.
We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
It's the end of Heaven's Ward. Yeah, she's like, we need money.
She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Hi, it's your mom.
Mother!
He's like, what?
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
I just thought we had too much fucking money. I'm sorry, dear. We have too much money.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Have you seen their fucking house? It's a whole ass building in Charlian.
Waste not.
It's so cute. Look, might as well.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then?
She'll be spared when the revolution
We expected
comes.
word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Wait, who's she the mother of? She is the mother of... She's the mother of Alphino and Alize. So she's their mama. I'm just gonna take a couple spoonfuls of... Ow. The fact she's been doing it since the Scions founding shows how little the husband has been checking their bank account.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Hi.
Orenville, you were involved too.
Yes.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are.
Bonne nuit.
I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
And these fucks.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
He's like, you have me. You have my interest.
Why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time
You have my
don't
attention.
beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Alpha and Omega.
Sid, you brought the team.
Turns out saving the world multiple times makes a few friends.
Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
I love how he says that. My new favorite ship.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
I love how, like... I love how, again, like, he comes in and he's just like, the moment you need me, the moment y'all are dealing with a ship that flies to the fucking moon, you assholes don't call me? Introduce me to my new ship, please.
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What
Yeah,
he
we're
sent
lit.
is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
Mm-hmm.
As you like as not suspect,
Horry
we've also
Boulder.
brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kroll's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition.
Best team, Scion Team B.
However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them.
I did love the little Easter event where you just saw a bunch of like NPCs dressed as like chickens. I found freaking Seiryu and Suzaku And I found the four lords. It was funny. It was so cute.
I know. How the Gobbyflock fought.
Like Gobbyflock.
Slovix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned.
Where
And he
were
gathered
they?
his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
I remember Suzaku. I think Suzaku and Seiryu were in Gridania. Suzaku, I think, was by the Bannock, the inn, the canopy, or like the Kraling canopy or something like that. She was by there in that like general like area around it, not in it. And Seiryu, I think was like near the entrance. Yeah, it was at the inn around there. And then I think Seiryu, I think he was in a green one. And I think they were around that close entrance from the inn in Gridania. But they were both in Gridania. The only one I didn't find was Byakko. I don't think I saw Byakko. But I remember a bluish one. But if there was a Byakko, I don't know. But I found Suzaku and Seiryu. Yeah.
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defenses.
You found Byakko.
Was a
Okay,
sight
so he
to
was there.
behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Gobby boom.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
Yeah, but I can be in two places at once, asshole.
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words.
Gaius was there in a bunny suit saying Warrior of Light. You better not say shit about this. No, wasn't Gaius in a chicken outfit? I thought Gaius was in a chicken outfit, and so was like his daughter from Werlit. She was with him, and they were both in chicken costumes.
'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind.
Yeah,
if
they're
in
chickens.
doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
Yeah, Daddy Mustard.
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
I think, yeah, so they took Midgar Somner's scales.
Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
This is, I think, the first we hear about her. Because we've seen by now, out of Midgar Somner's 7 children? This is the first time we heard of Asdaya, because we've got Ratatoshkar, who's dead, Nidhogg, who's now dead, Hraesvelgr, Virtra, Bahamut, who's dead, and Tiamat, who we recently set free. And then, yeah, I think this is the first time we heard of his sister when he kind of talked that he was the youngest to hatch and he was taken care of by his sister. This is the first time we get the name, I think. We hear of Asdaya, or Asdaja, or Asdaya, but yeah, I think that's 7. Yeah, so Tiamat, Bahamut, Hraesvelgr, Nidhogg, Virtra, Asdaya, Tiamat, Bahamut, Hraesvelgr, Nidhogg, Virtra, Ratatoshkar, and Asdaya. Yeah, that's 7, because I think he had 7 eggs. He didn't have 8 eggs. It's 7.
Tiamat and Hraesvelgr, however, responded
Yeah.
favorably to the suggestion.
So there's 3.
My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
I came because I work with dragon scales. I know what I do. I am good at it. I love her. I love everybody in this game.
So unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Shut up.
Get a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled.
Are they using... Wait a second. Are they using scales as fucking solar panels? Essentially, yeah. Dragon scales are rife with ether. He looks at his babies.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it.
Okay, I might be coming around to Chanel being a daddy, Squeaky, that glare. Yes, he has that intensity in his eyes. Come on. Emiliance likes him for a reason. Ah! Emiliance likes him for a reason. And hello! Elder the Exotic, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. But yes, of course. You have to see that he's daddy. One, because he's an actual daddy, and two, are you gonna say that Emiliance has bad taste? Just think of it like this. Rocket boosters are just domesticated explosions.
The lives of
They
each
are.
and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Oh.
Then I will bear it with you.
Look at him.
I beg you, share your struggles with me.
I have seen people die in front of him for Chanel several times. Oh. I'm here too.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
Oh.
It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative.
My babies.
If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool,
Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart.
This is where the Fortunal haters immediately did a 180.
It was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise.
All this time he was just a scared father trying his best to make sure his children... Well, here's the thing. There were hints of it this whole time. Because it's like, again, when he's like, no, we will succeed. We will go on. And it's like, and you, again, you get it from their mother where she's like, remember, like, he changed when you two were born. Like, he became so much more concentrated and more involved in his work when you two were born. And your grandfather's actions were some that he couldn't agree with because he felt like it would put his children at risk. Especially if they ended up following in his footsteps. And she says, don't try to fight him. You will not win with words. Don't try to fight him, but you won't win with words either. You have to let your actions speak for themselves. And after, and make sure your actions speak after you've done them. Make it so that he can't undo what you've done. So yeah, no, we get those hints that there's Fortuno is not an asshole father. He cares about his children. He loves them. He's doing all of this because he loves them. Like, yeah, he disowned them. He kind of, again, did that to protect them. Did that in hopes that they would fucking stop because he thought that it was a bad idea. He thought that it would get in the way and put them in harm's way. He didn't just like disown them and say, fuck y'all's, I'm out, I don't care what y'all do. Like, no, he did. It broke him probably to disown them. He didn't want to do that. But he was like, I will do anything to make sure that should this happen, I can get them out.
Detest me, fight me tooth and nail. I would suffer it and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship.
Yeah.
I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own.
Look at him smile!
And already begun to do so.
Like, this whole time, this fucker does not smile until now.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians.
He couldn't bear to read about all the shit they went through. He's like, how many near-death experiences have my babies gone through today?
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Yeah, I get it. You did not like me. He did not
now
like you early
said
on.
influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
God, Fortuno's actor just...
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Fortuno's actor just hits every fucking nail in every fucking delivery. Just so fucking good.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Everyone here is my biggest fan. Yeah, we'll just go with this one. All the actors, yeah, no, they do so well. This is giving me Monster Hunter
Your
vibes
assistance
somehow.
is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Good shit. Bonds of adamant. Tight. Alrighty. Her children, one and all. So, we are going to make our way... Now that we've held up our end of the bargain, we've gotten enough adamantite to power the ship more than necessary. It's time to go see Heidelin. Time to go get ready. We gotta go see Mommy. Gotta go see Crystal Mommy. So they tell us how to go see Crystal Mommy. We have to pass the ethereal sea.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
I love how if you do the Crystal Tower, you just see this fuck, a clone of him, and it doesn't matter, but this fucker is one of the big bads.
Leave this to her.
Yeah, leave it to me. I can solve problems.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
You're so dramatic, Amon.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
I'm so dramatic. Bro, I died 6 times to Amon? What? No, I think I got him first try with, like, other people. Again, as we go through the story, I think I've said it a couple times on my other more throwaway... Yeah, Crystal Tower, Amon. This Amon, yeah. That one's the Amon you see in the Crystal Tower is a clone. My cat has apparently come to join us. Ha, Hello Kitty. Do you recall your days as Hermes? Have you any memories of me, Tian?
How would you know that name?
I went back in time and saw the shit in your past life before you were sundered. Now explain and answer the question if you can. No, this dungeon I was so drunk I died 6 times. Why were you drunk?
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Suck. The final pieces fall into place.
And it makes sense now, because if he is the sundered shards of Hermes, he would have some of those memories. Because that's how the Ascians found each other. Or at least the more sundered Ascians. So then, now that he's dead, he has even more memories back. And now the memories that were lost in the Elpis chapter, they're back because they're dead now. So when they return to the Ethereal Sea, they get it back. Yeah.
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true.
By the way, I just want to remind everyone that this fucker is an Allegan scientist. Yes, very, very smart.
They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
Just because you're stuck in a lab doesn't mean you can't look fabulous while doing so.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
The fact he's like, oh man, it must suck to be fucking Emmett. The fact that you had that knowledge and you forgot it and you just kind of went on doing your own dumb shit. Good job.
But
That's
make
not nice.
no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end.
It sucks to be Emet-Selch constantly.
I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair.
It never doesn't suck to be Emet-Selch.
Of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? after all these years.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
It's like, it still sucks.
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
Huh?
Van Daniel. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do we prisoners to men, watching as the world turns.
You're like, what the fuck?
Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Ooh. It's like we knew who this was, and then we like, you if you knew exactly who this was, or if you had an inkling, you see this line and you're like, oh.
Is that Asahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Hi, fuck you. Oh, he is pissed. Oh, hell yeah, he's
Nor
pissed.
have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
He hates you. He's like, I don't give a fuck that the world's ending. Oh, that pisses the Warrior of Light off? Oh, it pisses them off? Good. I hate them. Mr. Bowl cut himself. I think it's a nice hairstyle.
If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better.
That was somewhat my hairstyle.
Not that I was in any position to resist.
He's like, if I was a part of it, awesome. But I had no say in that, now did I?
But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
Oh yeah, he's still dick riding.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
He's he's pissed that Van Daniel betrayed Xenos. He's like, huh? I like how he just looks down.
You are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
He's mad. Off the timeout with you both. Next time we'll find the answer together. I'll do what must be done. I like this one. Paula would say this.
Even here, even now,
Seriously, man, still fanboying.
you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became, but I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
He's like, okay. He just surrenders to it. He's like, okay. Well, don't look at me. I'm not touching that hot mess right there.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
Well, fuck you too.
You had better hope not.
I feel like we have not seen the end of Asahi. But I don't know, because he's dead. But it feels like we've not seen the end of him. I don't know why. I just get that weird feeling in my gut. So I'm gonna say fuck you too, buddy. Yep.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Alrighty. Oh no. Oh no? It's time to go meet Crystal Mommy! T-Tam, you got more tissues? Time for Crystal Mam. Crystal Mommy! Ah, shit.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
You look different. We meet again, Vina. Hi, Mom.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
It's like, ah, yes. My memories are altered now because you did fucking timey-wimey shit. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Sorry, Mommy.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
I love her design.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute.
Oh shit, a massive aetherical being in the middle of a circular platform. This is boss fight vibes.
Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
So she's saying it's like you, this whole time in Final Fantasy XIV, your power, everything has come from ether. The boss you are fighting, where they are stationed, does not have ether. There is no ether. They are around that other energy source that we know very little of, that relies on emotion. And this entity has been gathering plethora, stars, galaxies of it. But like bad. Ironically, Estinian's first encounter with Hydaelyn. Yes.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes.
So we must harness the power of rainbows and puppies and kittens. Yeah, we're fucked.
Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. as you have done so many times before.
Because it's kind of hard to stay happy and cheerful when something is trying to kill you.
Thou dost pursue an impossible dream. Yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse.
Oh my god, I just realized something. All you need to remember is a smile better suits a hero. Yeah. Stola can only see someone's ether, right? What does Hydaelyn look like to her? I mean, just a ball of light. Or she just sees Hydaelyn perfectly. I don't know. Wait a second. Couldn't Nidhogg put up a decent fight against that thing? Nidhogg? What do you mean, Eggy?
And thou, my champion. When all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey.
This is what, I feel like for some people, this is probably where they really started regretting at the beginning of Endwalker, telling Hydaelyn that they don't trust her anymore.
You have all known despair. And though the end approacheth, you walk on.
Yeah.
Heads held high.
He was a giant ball of anger. Here's the thing, Nidhogg, yes, was anger and rage. That was 1,000 years worth, which, I mean, to mankind is a lot. 1,000-year-long war for mankind is a lot. For a dragon? Not even just like a great worm like Nidhogg, just dragons in general. 1,000 years is nothing. So that much anger, while it's a lot, like Raven just mentioned, Medion has eons and eons of hate and despair. This is planets, maybe even galaxies of sorrow and anger and despair and futility all gathered up. Not just one angry dragon, planets. No, the Dragon Song War was 1,000 years, and the Dragon Song War started after the death of Ratatashkar. It was 1 millennium. It was 1,000 years. Like, he's had only a millennium, not a couple, a. Because again, Ratatashkar died 1,000 years ago, and that's when Nidhogg went mad. But even then, Nidhogg still kind of hated humanity. Nidhogg also would have probably been turned into a blasphemy immediately. Hell, well, time to harness the positive power of the Chaos Emeralds. Well, here's the thing. Even if he hated humanity, it probably was nowhere near as to the point until after they killed Ratatashkar. Because again, like, yeah, he probably back then hated humanity as much as some people hated the Beastmen, or how some people hated the dragons. Not enough to still I wouldn't call it millennia and really count it in that quota. That very much was a tipping point. Yeah. Like, he might have been just like, oh, those dumb fucking humans, whatever. But like, not really to the point after the murder of his sister. Because it wasn't that they just murdered her. They murdered her and ate her eyes. They murdered her for power. And he was like, if they will do that to her, they'll do that to the rest of us. And it's either us or them. Because again, with the union of Shiva and Hresvelgr, it brought peace. It brought, you know, a bond between man and dragon, that everything was kind of cool. Yeah, some dragons might not have agreed with it, some humans might not have agreed with it, but that was kind of its own isolation, like its own like isolated thing. When Ratatoshka's murder happened, that's where he just, again, big Angie ball for 1,000 years of rage, but still nowhere near comparable to the amount of energy that Meteion has gathered. I don't think one angry dragon that was angry for 1,000 years would really blip on Meteion's radar as a as a meaningful source of dynamis compared to just whole planets, because it's just one dragon. We're talking about, again, like populations of people, like multiple populations, like millions. Oh my god, a blasphemy screaming Slope. Yeah, that was very much the tipping point, and they also betrayed her trust. Man, past enemies as blasphemies, that could be an interesting ultimate. I'm just trying to think of anything you could try to do to defend yourself. I was thinking the same thing, Raven, just way eggy. Yeah.
Therein lieth your power. The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of
She's
the
a paladin.
Star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself?
I love this
Should
song.
you lack
It's
the
so
strength
good.
to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
Bro, using the power of anime friendship.
Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds straightforward enough.
Besides, Needhog's good now. He's in the spear.
No room for confusion there.
He's good now. He's a stick.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
Oh damn it! I love your Steven.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back.
For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, The question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
And thus we got our first and only trust trial. So far the only one. This is our answer, Heidelin. Yes. Now, what I really love about this, now I did, when I was finishing Endwalker here, I didn't have anybody to play with me at the time because it was a bit late. So I actually did this trial as the trust. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Let me just put the thing before I forget what cutscene we're on. And what I really love here is, again, I feel like this or the next one might have been the cutscene where a lot of people started feeling bad that they told Heidelin at the very beginning of Endwalker, I don't trust you anymore. Because that was something that you could tell her. You could tell her, I don't trust you anymore. And you have to like carry that choice. Not carry it. It doesn't really affect too much as you go, but just remember, especially during the Elpis chapter, as Heidelin talks to you through Kryl, that you told her you can't trust her. It's always in the back of your mind that you told her to her face that you don't trust her anymore. And she just looks at you with a smile and she's like, I get it. I get that. So then you come to see Heidelin, and now you kind of understand why she did what she did. Yeah, no, I told her that I still trusted her. Now that you know what she did and you understand it, and you're like, Mommy, we want to save. You're literally going to Mommy and asking, can I go save the world? Mommy, can I go save the world? And she's like, no, you can't. It's too hard. Go on the ship and get out. But you're like, but Mommy, no, if we leave and our world gets destroyed, it's also going to destroy all the sundered shards of it. And she's like, okay, but if you can't beat me, you cannot beat Medion. You can't. So fight me first. Which means, at that point, I honestly thought they'd go for the actually she was kind of a bad guy twist. And then I got here and I fucking cried. Because she was never a bad guy. They tried. They baited you. They made you try to think, am I being tempered? Is Heidelin actually a bad guy? Is the final boss going to be Heidelin and they were actually evil? And it turns out, no. She was good the entire time. And if you did that, you didn't trust her. You doubted her. Here you are doing good, and she was watching you and cheering you on the whole time. And then you tell her to her face to go fuck herself. You're an asshole. To be fair, we learned she was a primal and primal's temper. To me, I said I can't trust you, and now that I understood that she instead used the traveler's thing instead of tempering, I trusted her more. Yeah. Again, once you learn about the traveler's thing, once you learn about that, you're like, oh shit. From the very start, she's been protecting me. It's crazy. Again, I understand why some people would get to that point. I don't trust you anymore. But it's that thing of like, she gave you her blessing the whole time, and it was the blessing of light. And you are, at first you're wondering, it's like, when you start wondering if it's tempering, it's like, but think about it. Think about all the times we have talked about tempering and what it does to people. We never showed those effects. Minfilia never showed those effects. Kryl? Never. No one with the Echo that we knew showed those effects. And you could say, well, yeah, it's just a different type of tempering because it's Heidelin. But it's like, no. Because then it's like, do you want to argue that the Ascians are tempered? Because they worship Lord Zodiark and they want to do all this for Zodiark, but they're not tempered either. I still have zero shame in saying I don't trust you. That's fine. But yeah, so then she's like, okay, well, you have to fight me now. You have to fight me. If you can't beat me, you can't beat Medion. And whether you told her that you still trust her or that you don't trust her, this is where it hits that you have to kill her now. Well, Minfilia post Oracle of Light, you could argue was similar to tempering. Probably. Once she became the Oracle of Light, yeah, you can get a feeling for that. But then I contrast you, Reen. Reen didn't show any of that. So there you go. Like, to be fair, she gave herself to Hydaelyn and let herself be the word of the mother. Like, again, like essentially her voice box. The echo makes you immune to tempering, that's been established. Yeah, okay, yeah. But like, again, it's like, yeah, that too. Again, the echo. But again, it's like even with the echo, they kind of still try to get you to wonder, wait a minute, but am I actually being tempered? And it's like, no, the game has also told you again and again that that's not how, that if you were being tempered, you sure as fuck ain't showing the usual signs of it. So it's like, okay, I'm lost. What's tempering? Emmett, Selk, Elidibus, and La Habrea were all doing shit of their own volition. Exactly. And it's like, you know, Zodiark was the first primal, but they weren't tempered. So Eggy, essentially, for the easiest way to, yeah, tempering is the act of a primal forcing their will over a person. Tempering is basically a deity altering your personal ether and brainwashing you. Yeah, essentially being tempered is like being brainwashed by a god. So it's kind of like becoming a Jehovah's Witness. So think of Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, so when someone is tempered, they become a Jehovah's Witness. They become a primal's witness. Okay, think of it like that. Okay, does that make it easier? I think that, how dare you insult tempered people? Come on, Anthony, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Eso lo que. Okay, when you're tempered, you become when you become tempered, you become a Jehovah's Witness. Basically, think of a cultist giving you a pamphlet and immediately becoming a devotee to their god. Yes. So that's what being tempered means. And again, once they start being like, Hydaelyn's a primal, and they're like, wait, what do you mean? Again, like, the game already has told you what tempering is. And then, yes, they explain the echo, and that makes you immune to tempering. But like... Yes, but they also do murders for their gods. So they're the guys I had to get off my lawn, pretty much. But yeah, it's that thing of, again, even those without the echo, like Reen, they don't show signs of tempering. So it's, if she is a primal, something's different about them. And again, it's like, if she is bending you to her will, to what end? You've only been doing good, as far as you know. Shadowbringers really calls it into question because, again, it's like it was a calamity due to too much light. Too much of the Warriors of Light, the Warriors of Light, Ardbert and his gang doing what Hydaelyn wanted. So that's one where you can like, well, were they tempered? But no, again, you hear from Ardbert, and if you do the other role quests, you kind of learn near the end from like Ardbert's companions that they were just doing what they thought was right. They didn't feel like their wills were bent or like they were controlled. So again, it's like Hydaelyn's champions, whether they had the echo or not, never felt like their will wasn't their own. And one can argue that it's like, well, if you're tempered, you don't know if you're tempered. I don't know. I don't know. That's where we kind of start really like freaking splitting hairs. But the game gives you enough to still question, but enough to also like maybe still be resolute. It gives you just enough, but not too much. Because yeah, if it gave you too much, you're gonna be like, nah, Hydaelyn's good. I can still completely trust her and blah blah blah. There are people who trusted her the whole way through. And there are people that, yeah, after Shadowbringers, they couldn't trust her anymore. It depends on how they received and contextualized how the story was being told. And that's also where it's great, because everyone has a different interpretation of it. Everything must be in balance too. Much of any type of ether is bad. Look at the past 7 calamities. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty, let's continue. After we beat Crystal Mommy. Oh, this is actually getting to it. Mother Crystal. I love this fight. Divine Light, Hydaelyn. I always knew that we might have to fight Hydaelyn because just
the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
myself. Fun fact, the music in the fight is called Your Answer. Yeah, it's so good. I love it. But, what was I gonna say? I think this is after we beat Crystal Mommy.
At last, man has the strength to.
Whether there is one big tell, she's not trying to build a religion. Yeah, that's the thing too. Final, like, I always knew at some point we were going to have to probably, like, just like we have to fight Zodiark, so do we probably have to fight Hydaelyn. One, for the balance. Two, because it's just a thing that Final Fantasy does. You always kill gods at some point.
No, this can't be happening.
In a sense, she is. She's been trying to gather warriors of light to stop Zodiark and Medion, but so far she never got anyone strong enough for the ones that survived, not until you. But it was only ever a handful, not the hundreds upon hundreds like the other primals. Crystal Mom Slain begins a sadly California girls dance at her. Yeah, no, I kind of like, wait, no, wait, did we just kill her? I fucking love Alize. This can't be happening. Oh god, did we just kill her?
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought.
She's like, I know what I did.
When confronted with the almighty Zodiark, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations. Surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteon's passage through the stars.
Me as a machinist, slowly slower my smoking gun. Oops, did we kill her? Wow, no pressure.
Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Look at Crystal Mommy. Holy shit, baby. Baby. Mommy. I'm just saying, she looked good. You wish you looked this good. You wish your mom looked that good. You wish you and your mom looked that good. You wish your generations of moms looked this good. Screen cap. Okay, I'm sorry. Also, yes, I do wish I would be to be as nice as Heidelin. Honestly, the best part of the fight was the phrase change. She basically said, "You better win or you giving your ass to the moon." Oh yeah. She was like, "You have to." I don't remember the exact line, but she's just like, "You have to overcome despair," and then she's like, "Or fly, my children, and never look back." And it's like, that kind of like almost like makes me want to cry, because she's like, babies, my babies, you have to live and leave. She did this all for you. Well, I'll have to kill Sephiroth's mom. He's saying something. I can't tell if she was trying to comfort us or
Though
seduce
they may
us
be
in that
capable
instant.
of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed.
Vana isn't a Zem after all.
To make
Yeah.
such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether.
Because we never have been told where she came from. What do you mean? Who are you talking about? She either wanted us to call her mom or mommy here.
But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
Sephiroth's mother. One of the best lines ever. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth he shall walk. And God, do we fucking walk. Oh God, not the prelude. Oh yeah.
The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
Jam it into your engine.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth
Cry your
fall to
tears.
you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope.
If I'm crying, you're crying with me. Yeah.
I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
Come into my bosom. We got this, fam.
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star.
She's probably like actual ancient size too.
Though I knew
Maybe a little bigger.
failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned.
What I love too is that when you fight Vana earlier in the Elpis chapter, it kind of foreshadows this too. I love Flo.
Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azam, yes?
Yeah.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility.
I'm fucking crying to my mac and cheese, man.
The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this.
Cough, foreshadowing cough.
When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's
Ghibli crying in
original
a bowl of
bearer.
mac and cheese.
With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
Well, yeah, you can either say thank you, Heidelin, or we'll find our way, Vana.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Particle effects. A closing. Well, I was in that big closing the distance video, but you can barely discern my voice in that. But I was really happy to be that. It was really, really fun to sing that little bit of the song. Funny enough, I'm gonna be real with you. When I was in that when I did for the closing the distance, I hadn't heard the song yet. I hadn't heard the song yet. I hadn't played Endwalker yet when I did that thing. So I only learned that bit for that thing. Yeah, well, now I know it. So as we make our way back to Charlian and we rest for the bit, they have me all curled up and cute. I wonder if they have other Warrior of Light, other player characters in that same position.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
My new old friend. Aw, Hythlodaeus, I love him so much. I trust no man that does not love Hythlodaeus. Alrighty. So now, it's time to get ready to go. We gotta go to the edge of the universe. To begin, we must first see the end. God, why must every song stab me in the heart so much? Before we do that...
Your business with Tataru was finished?
More or less.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Pisa.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ryanju would be a good, if not slightly confusing teacher.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest.
Look at that panini.
I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Rin, nor Minfilia. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition. Now, Paula would say this. We'll get through this together. You can be so sassy in this expansion, though.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone. We've both changed much since then, have we not?
Do you think they use slices of Arkan loaf for sandwiches? Do you think the Last Stand makes their own bread? Well, here's the thing. Didn't they say when they were building the little bit of lore, now that you're in Charlotte, they introduced the Last Stand, what made the Last Stand so popular was that when Archons like made food for themselves, because they made shit like Archon loaf, that the Last Stand started to exist because someone was like, our food sucks. Can we like enjoy food? Can we make food that tastes good, that we can enjoy? And then the Last Stand blew up. Yeah, exactly. No, so they would not use Archon loaf. They would make their own bread. They would make like good like sourdough, ciabatta, fucking all that good ass bread. They made the Last Stand because Archon loaf sucked. But what would a sandwich made with Archon loaf taste like? Horrible. Horrible.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home.
Again, the point of The Last Stand, I have the Final Fantasy cookbook. I don't think Archon Loaf is in there, but I do have the Final Fantasy cookbook. I got it as a gift from Crazy Fox, and I love it. No, but the point of The Last Stand was essentially treat yourself to something that tastes good. That was essentially the point of it. Enjoy food. Don't worry about the nutritional values and all that stuff so you can keep studying. Let yourself have a break and enjoy food for food.
In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
Because that was the thing, again, with the scholars. They saw food as just a means to keep themselves fueled so that they can continue on their studies. But there was nothing wrong with just having a burger and being like, oh yeah, juicy burger, or having a slice of cake. Archons and scholars would avoid these foods and foods like this because they're like, oh, it has no nutritional value. It's just cake. It's just a burger. It's gonna make you feel sluggish and all that shit, and you're not gonna be able to go back to your studies. And my model is lagging again. Yeah, it's doing it. One sec. I'm gonna restart VTube Studio real quick. Yeah, it's just survival bread. It's survival bread, is what it is. One moment. Let me get V-Bridger back in. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed.
Speak, I forgot, have you done the Omega Raid series yet? I'm pretty sure we did Omega, because I have Alpha and Omega, and they appeared in my Endwalker cutscenes.
With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
Sound right?
You know,
sorry, it's been...
I never
Nah, no
really
worries.
considered I might live long enough to see an after.
Also, if any of you are on this mission right now, talk to Urianger afterwards so you can experience drunk Urianger.
But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
To go see my baby boy Runar again. Oh yeah, I want that camp, man.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
I like this too because it's a good little contrast to the
Yes,
last.
yes. My apologies for the wait.
What I really like about this too is that it's a nice contrast to the previous conversation with the other half of the Scions, because you had a conversation with like Alphino, Alize, Kryl, and Graha. So then you have like these guys now.
To victory.
It's like, well, you do now. Not now. Don't have an answer now.
To the future of the star.
Of course, your Stola would order a salad. I still love when we like first go to Thavnir and we have like the Aether sickness, and I just love Urianger in the fucking fetal position, just tummy ache survivor. I like to think Warrior of Light still doesn't drink alcohol after the events of Heaven's Ward. Meanwhile, with these two, I will sit.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
No, it's really cute, and I'm a little sad because I heard that the localization doesn't do this, but in the Japanese version, Alize eventually starts referring to Graha as Raha, and then Estinian calls you a couple little like cute pal pet names, starts calling you Eibel, which is like a nice kind of like cute way of saying like my friend, but like my trusted friend. Because like when you say like Eibel, it's kind of like, again, like best friend. It's a very endearing term for friend, because usually the term for friend is tomodachi, tomo or tomodachi, and to call someone Eibel means that you really, really trust them. That's why like I is in there. But yeah, Alize and Graha, after he joins the Scions, they go on, they have a really, really cute dynamic together. And they get pretty close, and that's why she starts calling him Raha.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late.
I could never sleep sitting. It's like sitting upright too.
Unlike
Can't
you
do
and
that.
the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world.
I have to do Crystal Tower again.
There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear.
Honestly, I want them to fucking voice Crystal Tower. I understand why they never will. They will never voice Crystal Tower, because if they do, then they're spoiling what is a pretty big twist in Shadowbringers. They will never voice Crystal Tower, but I fucking wish they would.
So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness.
Because Crystal Tower is pretty much MSQ at this point. It's MSQ. They make you do it. But you can't... They can never voice it because it spoils Graha, that being the Crystal Exarch. Too heckin' poor for story sips, so I gotta play through post.
When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Yeah. Thank you, Kyle.
This feels familiar.
This is a cute screen. Like, morning.
Tis good to be...
Morning, Raha. Yeah?
Wait. What are you... What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
I love you say, tis good to see you awake to him. Tis good to see you awake, Grahatia. I love how Alize is just so embarrassed at being caught asleep that she's like, you will never tell anyone.
What are you doing here?
Tell no one.
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
It's a secret. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Nothing in particular. I'm gonna tease him. Polo can be a little bit of a tease. Tis a secret. Like, what are you doing here? Just want to watch you sleep. You're cute. Tell someone and I'll throw you off of Azzy's lock. Alrighty. We're gonna finish this chapter and then we're gonna take a quick little break so I can use the washroom. Estinian!
Oh. What brings you here?
Look at that fucking drip.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
I want to show her my other dad. Or big brother. There are times where I feel like Alphino and Estinian, while they have like a kind of like a cute little funny father-son dynamic, I also feel like they have like a big brother, little brother kind of dynamic sometimes.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face. I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Dude, I'm a fucking bumpkin, man. I can't talk to nobody.
Well,
Estinian's
I
his
for
big
one
bro.
thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink.
I was looking for a place to get a quick wink. Judging by you two, it seems this is the perfect place. I wanted to buy a new Pokemon game, but what's the point if Squeaky Chiona is the best catch anyway? Aw, thank you. Hi, Buzzmaker. Welcome.
The thought of fleeing crossed my mind. But what then? I'd never hear the end of it. Least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
He planned on running from Emeliance.
After all, tomorrow is never promised.
Estinian Tatar will be the least of your worries.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do.
I love how he's just like dressed up nice.
Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own.
Aww.
Be we rich or poor, family is family.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, Estinian was essentially like not a bumpkin, but a poor like a poor like peasant family.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Probably even bathed for once. Stinky man, he's stinky. Tinky. Tinky Dragon Man. Wait. He grew up herding sheep. Yeah, Tinky Dragon Man. All the sheep. You learn a lot about him in the Dragon Quest.
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Yeah, I think of this one.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Young. Alrighty. Ah! Thancred's wife is now following. Hello and welcome. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. Welcome to the stream. Mwah! Hello. Hello, Thancred's wife. Don't worry, I have no interest in Thancred in any way, sexually, emotionally, or physically. You can have him. I like me some Graha. Meanwhile, whoo. Xenos, no. Of course, Alpha, no, we never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you. Put it down.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Again, those words hit him. Oh, hey, it's sore loser Xenos. Oh, he is not a sore loser. He's just... No, the fact that... No, he is not a sore loser.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you?
The fact that he lost to you only made him want you harder. He is not a sore loser. It was because he kept winning that he was so bored.
What was it that you sought in me?
He is far from a sore loser. Also, hi V-Rappy, how you doing? A lot of people said that when Alize called him out that he wouldn't care, when in actuality he does because he wants to fight you so bad. Yeah. And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning. Dance party. Okay, sorry. Alrighty. Verociel, Monka's reckoning day of the. Oh, Monka. Whoa. Well, if Palestinian just is back there. He just loves being back there. Oh god, I forgot good King Moogle Monks. I missed you.
Assembled to combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too.
Yeah, the falling snows.
Be it Ishgard or Kugane. We were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium. To stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
Raven House Levieur. Yeah, hell yeah.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
I gotta get like a bass boost button. I don't know. I like that like boom, that bass boost button. I gotta get one. I don't have one. It'd be funny. Hurry up, I gotta use the bathroom.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready.
Hell yeah.
The Loperites naturally will be commanding the vessel.
Vine Boom? Not the Vine Boom, because I have the Vine Boom. I have this one. No, I mean Bass Boost. Ah. Hello. Oh, I said hello to you, but hi. Well, thank you for following. Hope you enjoy the time here. I have this. I have a lot of little dumb sounds. I also have this. And that one's great. That one's a recent edition. I think I needed to have that, but I need Bass Boost. Thirsty? I got that too.
You look like a thirsty bitch.
I have that too. No, I have Bird Up. No, I have that too.
The 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
Bird Up.
I got that too. I got that. No, I got fucking Bird Up. Hey Squeaky, do you realize how lewd your announcement earlier was? The one about your papa? I didn't think it was lewd, but I had just woken up when I did it, so I don't think it was lewd. I didn't think it was lewd. Also the Charcoal Warble. Yeah. I've got a lot of sound effects.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
One more time. Are you going to do you want to go and face Meteon at the edge of the universe?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph.
Watch my new papa work on me.
For each of you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It probably sounds lewd, but it's a common thing for VTubers to call the people who work on their model their mama or papa or stuff like that, right? Yeah, and my papa working on my model.
To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
I heard an Amadile voice in my head. That's on you then, Cerberus. Oh. Lewdiness is in the eye of the beholder.
Let us
Sometimes.
be off then.
Wait.
Indeed, using her voice makes it lewd when it ain't.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here.
Say it out loud in Marile voice and tell me it doesn't sound lewd. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's just how Marile is. Kobold sniped me. Yeah, there you go. Like I put it in, it wasn't schedule. Yeah, if I say, watch my new papa work on me, like it's gonna sound like lewdish because of how Marile is. And it's funny because like not everything Marile says is lewd, it's just because it's Marile.
Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Listen to your receptionist. She handles the monies. Alrighty. Alrighty, on to the heavens. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the 90 stuff. We're about 4 hours in. But I think we can definitely finish up Endwalker. But we're going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. I'm just gonna get to the washroom. I'm just gonna see to some other things. Really quick though. So I will do a quick BRB. So everybody take this time to do what you gotta do and stretch and everything. It looks like Jester was talking to you guys through the captions, as I see here. Oh no, you actually just put an emoji in the chat. Oh, I thought like you were, because people who have the closed captions on, whenever I go on BRB or like mute my microphone on stream, the captions still capture things. So it's kind of funny how that works. Alrighty, got some peppermint M&Ms. Oh yum yum yum. Yum yum. I've really grown to like white chocolate and peppermint together.
They do taste nice, which is why I left the half for you.
Mm-mm.
All present and accounted for? Good.
For some reason, your stream and always your stream has captions for me. I try to get into the habit of having them on.
As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
Oh, you were into it.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
It's funny seeing me eat. Oh, is the other one? Which are these just mint?
Mint chocolate. Mint chocolate and peppermint white chocolate.
I like white chocolate more.
With mint? They both taste good.
I feel like the cocoa. I feel like peppermint's only good with white chocolate or dark chocolate. Milk chocolate doesn't have enough cocoa to complement it, and it's too sweet. Which is weird, because white chocolate is usually the sweeter one. But the sweetness in the white chocolate is just enough to blend better with the peppermint than the milk chocolate. The milk chocolate's not sweet enough. It needs to either be too sweet or too bitter. Because then the peppermint at that point is the sweetener with the dark chocolate. And the white chocolate, the sweetener is the white chocolate.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels.
The model's movements at one point give the feel that you tossed it up and it caught it in your mouth.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you.
Said voice 5?
In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
I think the last time we heard Sid's voice was like, yeah, okay, a lot of VA changes, okay. I don't remember, I've never truly noticed.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
Yeah, I don't like it being called my teeny tiny boat, toy boat.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration.
And I don't like it being called a toy boat.
And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. in the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home. I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Is he wearing a skirt? It looks nice. It's a robe.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
It's the boys.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines.
And unfortunately, we really don't have the fucking time.
But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
I know you guys are usually adverse to doing this, but we are going to summon primals. Lots and lots of primals.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
The fuck's that mean?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art.
Eorzean, please, Ariane.
Correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing
Precisely.
upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it, a derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience.
Now here, you say, I wonder what a primal version of your character would look like, Squeaky design it or not. Well, here's the thing. When it comes to a primal, that's usually already a deity that's given form through like worship and prayer. The answer we should be asking is the Warrior of Light's Sin Eater or Light Warden. Because back in Shadowbringers, when we absorbed all the light for the Light Wardens, if things went south, we could have turned into a Light Warden and become a giant fucking sin-eating monster.
Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
And there are some people who design their Sin Eaters, and God, are they good. You know, if we don't know how to properly summon primals so they can't temper people, this would be a really bad idea. I know there's so many good designs. Yes, love them.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul.
Have you
or
seen your
similar.
character who wouldn't worship them? I don't know, but I am cute.
She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief.
And here's the final missing piece. That whole tempering was Ascian bullshit. Because think about it, again, when I pose the question, if primals temper, then why were the Ascians never tempered to Zodiark? And here we go, Living Way just outright says, tempering was Ascian bullshit. I mean, we do give you money every month so we can gain boons. Yes. Everything is Ascian bullshit. Yeah, there you go. So Hydaelyn could have never tempered us. It's always the fucking Ascians or the fucking Alligans. And I love it. And right there's the final key. So then right here, on top of the already shot to the heart that most people got after they told Hydaelyn that they don't trust her, this shit right here. Further, she could have never tempered you. That's not how primals work. But the line of thinking made me think of Squeaky's magical girl final form akin to platinum from Pocket Mirror.
Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Looked it up and Emic Selk says the Ascians are tempered to Zodiark. God, I love Living Way. I mean, you could attribute it to tempering with how loyal many of them were, but Fan Daniel the whole time was like, I don't give a fuck. So again, it's like, yes and no. Yes and no. Just because a character says it doesn't mean they actually know what's going on. And characters can lie. So again, like Living Way just said, the primal temperings that we've been dealing with, that's just something the Ascians fucking just threw in there. It's just Ascian bullshit, but the Ascians themselves weren't entirely tempered to Zodiark. And then she's even saying right here, on the scale of Zodiark, you might feel a tug, but you'll be fine. Because that's, again, not really how primals worked. And with Zodiark, he was created by pure creation magic, not the twisted, corrupted form of it that was the summoning. Also, there's a tiny issue of the he became Zodiark. Yeah, but again, like, he wasn't tempered.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship.
I gotta do the Beast Tribes. I've only got the Ankasadara, and the Ananta going. But I've got to start. I've got a couple of the other ones started, but I want to get the tribe quest going. They look fun. They give you things.
In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Yeah, honestly, with the Ananta quests, you just need to do 2 days worth. The first three one day, next day do another 3, bam, done, instant nails. It's so easy to get.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
I have the nails on right now. They're hard to see because I have them in just the natural.
May we have a moment?
But yeah, I think it's good for just, if you don't want to have a hand accessory, just give yourself nails.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Hell yeah.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Tomestone phones V3. Oh, we're just going to the edge of the creation. Yeah, no worries.
Looks like everything is in order. So I'll go ahead and board.
Oh yeah, big snack lady. Yeah, that's the Ananta. They're pretty cool.
A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
Yes.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Yeah. Alrighty. Look at this bitch. Look at that shit right there. That's the ship. Aww. I fucking love the Loporrit so much.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone. I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
I don't care if you left your shit at home. We're not turning around.
Right then. Make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Have Alphino do the honors. Issue the command to launch. Nah, I'll let Alphino do it.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
You go boy now.
If you all insist.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage.
You're a dork. What a dork.
Engage!
Engage!
Alrighty. I don't know what to deal with the bunnies, but what the deal with the bunnies is. So the bunnies came from the moon. They were created by the god Crystal Mommy to build a ship within the moon, or the moon is a ship, to essentially be an ark to save humanity and move them to another planet should the end of the world happen. And bunnies were the ideal form for that. I think he just wanted to make some adorable peeps. Well, she can do whatever she wants, so she made him cute. Hell yeah. Hi, Kidda Burden. Welcome. Remember all those gods that I killed like 50 times over? Big Mark and Mooglemog.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
God, Susanna. Garuda being a sassy bitch.
Let us revel!
Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
Love how the flute fucking plays and launches forward.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free.
I understand why they gave Garuda something like this, because she be sassing the whole time when we have to deal with her. We don't really hear much of the other primals talk except for Susano. But I just love when Bismarck comes in, because I'm just like, yeah, Garuda, it's fun. Every time I see that, every time I see the Bismarck in that scene, I just think of him like being like, yay. They should have given him a voice. But it's a whale, so I understand why. Bismarck is a giant fucking whale and I love him.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I'd seen the announcement for Hades 2, but I've never even played Hades 1, so I heard it's a fun game, but I just never played it.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
I just realized we might miss out on a cutscene because it happens in the middle of a fight. I know which one you're talking about.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings.
Burp.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
It's her, the bringer of despair. Monkas, what the fuck? Vine boom, vine boom. Oh.
So this is Meteon.
It's like, greetings! Can you hear me? What? 1 second. Is, the bunker? Oh. The bunker thinks I'm over there. 1 sec. I'm gonna reset the bunker real quick.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
Yeah, I've reset it now.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident.
I was like, oh!
Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met.
Looking at that living embodiment of nihilism. Bro, we get it. The filter theory is a thing. If Hermes was better father, he wouldn't have turned out like this, Meteon.
I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, She has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Oh. Hi.
Hi.
Yes.
You're late.
I sense it.
How was the raid?
A burning passion.
Oh yeah, you were
like
doing
unto
raids.
fury.
Yeah, Destiny raids today.
Oh.
It's the hardest raid in the game right now.
Well.
It took me a while.
For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I don't know why that's the only time you hear that sound effect.
I love how they have that squish, because it could have been like... but no.
I can't breathe. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
It's like, oh, this sucks. No, Graha!
Where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
He's like, fuck you, I'm 1/14th Ascian. Look at that nice effect. Definitely not stolen from the near raid. First time I got here was around 11 p.m. at night. Really good effect. Very horror gamey.
Yeah, it was.
It. First time I got here, it was about 11 p.m. at night. It had an effect. Same for me, T10. That shit scared that shit scared me so much. They do a really good job to kind of really show how horrifying media, like nihilism, and in turn median is. Just how casually they talk about it. How just easy they're like, yeah, no, this to live is to suffer. Why not just die? Nothing's worth it. Just there's nothing wrong with it. Just die. Just die. Why don't you just want to die?
Why do you need to take all of existence with you?
Why not die? For me, I was in a call at like noon and went, oh wait, another Eldritch Abomination. Again, it's that thing of like, it's kind of weird that Medion kind of thinks they're doing good. Whereas just like, no, don't worry. I'm going to destroy everything. Everyone will die, and that's it. And everything will be perfect because it's not everything. There's nothing left.
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Where's Thancred?
Where's
I want the
Thancred?
rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Where the fuck did he go? Now I'm asleep. Have a good night. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping by, Cerberus. Speaking of the end, might duck out because it's gonna be way too tired to contemplate the universe. Yeah, no worries. Have a good night, T-Tam. Alrighty.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this. The final chapter in the tale of the star.
Alrighty. And here we are at Ultima Thule. Alrighty.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
More evidence to heap onto my all Azim's friends were theater kids theory.
Man. Oh, my fucking... All my friends I ran the raid with just gave me the fucking new Warhammer game that came out.
Oh, hell yeah.
Fucking... God damn it. Yeah, install it now.
Okay, I
guess that's my next stream.
Alrighty, so we've got the last chapter essentially.
Oh yeah, welcome to the final arc.
Yeah, I'd say we can probably tackle this. We can probably go a little late.
There's a lot, but yeah.
Yeah. Let me just see real quick. Yeah, no, these are all one cutscenes, so I think
These are all just build up. This is all just build up to the final stretch of the last dungeon, the final trial.
Yeah, so now we have to find Thancred. We're like, where'd Thancred go? And we start seeing things. We start seeing the dragons. Dragons.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist, in like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive.
We won't get the best moment of this arc because it's mid-boss fight.
Stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
I love Estinian so much. I love how there's the roar of Nidhogg.
This is Thancred.
You will never reach the true me. I
The
told
Thancred's
you,
dead.
emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
I bet you don't know what this place is like.
My guy Thancred actually turned on his tank stance. Peepo clap. Actually turned on his tank stance.
Thancred turned on his tank stance.
I wish I knew. I'm guessing. Well, maybe. Well, what's the joke here? I'm only a Dark Knight sometimes.
Oh, tank. Gunbreaker's a tank.
Yeah, I know.
It's that we don't ever see Thancred really taking a tank role.
Oh yeah.
Unless you put him in like the fucking Fates, but you never need to do that.
Yeah.
Or not Fates, the fucking whatever they're called.
Also insert obligatory Scion die in this expansion. There you go.
Yeah, right. You're fucking thank for using his fucking tank stance.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Yes.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Thancred is dead and he'd want us to go on without him. Literally that. Okay. So to get to Ultima Thule, we lost Thancred. A test of will.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because they're dragon. Our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whether we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might
Have a good night, Mithril. Not so ashamed to admit, I started skipping cutscenes after this point till a bit before the dungeon because I didn't have the energy to cry. I'm really sorry to hear that. I watched all of it.
Does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
He's like, bitch, what? Bird.
Estinian!
Stay back.
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Dead.
No! Not Estinian too!
And this is why I started skipping. Aww.
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
So yeah, Emerald, he went bye-bye. He what? Yeah, Estinian's dead, dude.
Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Yeah, man, Estinian's dead. Thancred's dead, Estinian's dead. It was at this point I went, oh, we doing this again? And then lost all emotional impact for me. I really hate how often they've done this. Fuck me. Nah, we're gonna deal with every fucking one. That's when it hits you. They're all gonna fucking die. They really were like, we're gonna stab you for every scion. And then we meet these blobbies.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Look at the blobbies, the ear.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3.
Not only are they gonna stab you, they're gonna show you all these different forms of life that failed the great filter and gave into depression, burb.
In order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You don't have much.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
Blip. Boop.
In the beginning,
They're too funny.
universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand, having remained entirely in the bounds of your star. The phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp, but this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies.
We discovered the heat death of the universe, and we said fuck that.
Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
We discovered the heat death. We discovered entropy.
That this determination was erroneous. We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
Yeah, it's like we have time still, but at some point, maybe a long time from now or maybe tomorrow, we won't.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost.
Bro, it's gonna end beyond your fucking lifespan, possibly beyond your race. But I think, again, it's just the idea that at the end, you can't stop this thing. It's an inevitability. And while it might be well beyond you, you can't do anything about it. You have to, it comes. And I guess to some people, yeah, that's kind of crazy. How many people, when they were a little kid, learned that in a bajillion years, the star was gonna blow up and just cried anyway? I did. I did. like I read in a book about space that it was like in a bajillion years from now, the sun's gonna blow up and Earth is done. And I cried. I cried because the sun's gonna blow up. I'm not gonna be there when the sun blows up, but it made me cry. Like it's just that inevitability that you can't do anything about. That is kind of sad. Pretty sure I would have. Fair, yeah. Totally not me.
No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar
I must have been a weird kid then.
In silence unbroken.
I mean, it's fine if you didn't, but I did. Just went, oh neat. No, I cried. I was like, I thought it was cool, but then I started crying.
Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
So they just also said, we obtained immortality. We obtained a way to live forever. But it doesn't matter because eventually all this is going to end. We're going to die anyway. We didn't want to die, so we found a way around that, only to learn that it doesn't fucking matter.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
Thinking it a pointless gesture because eventually there's not going to be anyone to read them.
Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, I understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge.
So they wanted to take your bodies so that they could die. They're like, we want to die. We're just kind of sitting here waiting. We don't want to do that. We want to die. And that's why at first they some of them attack you, and you'll find around this area of Ultima Thule some that will attack you because they want your body so that they can die. Yeah, and then pretty much they're saying, stop wanting to know things. I like how each like little bit of this, each one has a plight and an issue that correlates with the Scions. Where the dragons, it was like wherever we go, there's conflict and suffering and war, and it sucks. And we're tired of fighting. We don't want to fight anymore. We give up. And that related to Estinian, who all he knew when his family were killed was to fight. That's all he knows is fight. But his response is, no, don't give up the fight. Keep going. Living is worth it. If just giving up the fight doesn't mean that you'll get peace. You have to fight for that. With the Aya, they're saying we wanted to know everything. We wanted to obtain everything. We wanted to keep living, so we learned how to make ourselves immortal. And then we wanted to know more about the universe, and then we learned that it's slowly dying. And this sucks. You don't need to know. So stop. Stop trying to know. You don't need to. It's pointless. If you know too much, you're just going to suffer and you're going to want to die. Like we did. You're going to end up like us. Now, who does this correlate to?
Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
Your soul is like, nah, fuck that.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Ah, shit, I'm fighting Mom.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Aya. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
She's like, no, I gotta know.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
And then it's Y'shtola.
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself.
No, not her. Anyone but her.
This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow.
Red Alphino, take her place.
The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
But bird.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
It's like, huh?
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
Daddy Ange goes too.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Fucking particles, man. There we go. There we go. And dead. Don't you dare take my Alizé. Take my blue Alizé instead.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
He's like, huh.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Up there.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew.
We stopped that.
True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
It's like, yeah, we'll kill you, but we also stop the cycle of rebirth, so you cannot come back. Because if you're born again, then you're just gonna suffer again, so we're just gonna stop that. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Look at us, thinking ahead. said median. Look at us thinking ahead. Alrighty. It says reflect quest progress. Oh yeah, because well, you'll see. Beep boop da beep boop beep. A beep boop bop beep. A beep boop bop beep. Every time Jester looked at me, I did.
I have my headset on and I'm doing things, and then I look over and you're fucking doing the hindsight Henry walk.
And then you look away and I do it again. And then you look at me and I stop.
I'm so confused. That fucking hurt my brain.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
We see the Omicrons, the little robot boyos. Yeah, Graha?
First, consider the world that has been recreated here.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy and spidery and weird
Its
robots.
Inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves.
Yes.
And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons.
Hi, we found the race that killed the dragons. They're called the Omicrons. I've died 3 times fighting, Mom.
Surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Aha. And if you've done the Omega raids, you get this reference.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
I can't believe the Decepticons killed the dragons. Basically, yes. Like, I love how they're called the Omicron when you think of Transformers.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Maybe. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Or I can use my custom-made Omega Jammer. No, well, have at it. If you think you have the, yeah, go do it.
Very well. Here I go.
Stop myself from saying Omicrons, Omnicrons, Omnomcrons.
It worked.
Alrighty, boy.
Communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, Please proceed to the maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Well, that didn't really help.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Yeah. Alrighty. A bit more goose chasing. So essentially, in this little Omicron bit, everyone's just kind of waiting on orders and doing what they're doing. And that kind of doesn't make sense. They don't seem to want to die. That's kind of weird. So it's like, okay, well, let's see, because we have to find the spare burb in the group. Let's find the one that's kind of just not acting quite right. And we did.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1.
Heckin' a fun little thing for this area. The map up for the Omicron, the shape and how it works is similar to an old isometric map from the older games. Oh, that's really cool.
It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us.
And that was scary.
Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential?
Where do you go when you've already reached the peak? Yeah, it's like, okay, we kept trying to better ourselves, and we got pretty cool. But we were like, out there scary. What if they try to what if they beat us? So we beat them, and we beat everybody. Now there's no one to beat. Now what do we do?
Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
Have we just been killing things?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star.
So he has no commands. They're like waiting on. They're like, wait on orders. Be battle ready. But there's no orders, and it's like, why are there no orders? And he's like, there's nobody to fight.
They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
Why don't you have you considered doing something else?
That is impossible.
We don't wanna.
In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power, but we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms.
I like how each show a different reason for despair. Broken pride, inevitability, and now lack of purpose. Yeah.
When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains.
Have you ever, gotten a hobby? It's quite well done. It's really boring to actually play through.
I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost.
It's actually boring to play through. I mean, they send, again, like with most expansions, they send you on a little bit of a goose chase. Talk to this person, go do that, fight this, get this, bring it to that person. It does the RPG thing. But like, no, the cutscenes are pretty satisfying.
Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
Because in doing those, you're learning what brought the end to these people, what had them succumb to despair. And again, like you pointed out, Mum, like with these like shades of dragons, what caused them to just give up? It was their pride, the fact that they kept constantly getting into conflicts and losing. With the Aya, the inevitability that there's no point in anything because it's, it's all gonna vanish and there's not gonna be anyone or anything left. And with the Omicrons, they at least this one, the one giving the commands, there was nothing beyond. Their purpose was fulfilled and they had nothing else to look forward to doing.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise.
Oh no, I don't mean like that. I mean this area felt like it took a really long because it was a lot of fighting, a lot of walking back and forth, basically no combat to break it up. The story is fantastic, but the dressing around it, I didn't like. Graha, please no. Graha, not again, I can't. Here's the thing, Mom. That was this whole fucking expansion. This whole fucking expansion was walking back and forth. There was barely any fighting in any of it. And I know that that's mostly just like expansion shit, but like this expansion, when I was playing it, just felt like one long interactive movie that I just got to run around in between cutscenes. Like Endwalker is very cutscene heavy. I I'm pretty sure, I believe that you can't really enjoy Endwalker unless you've done the other expansions. Shadowbringers specifically. I feel like, that's why I feel like Shadowbringers, even though I love Stormblood, but I like, almost at this point, ironically, but like, even though Shadowbringers I would say is the best expansion, it's because it's a reasonable fair amount of everything. And it feels a bit more balanced out. And it's also even a good entry point for some people because you're starting in a whole new world. Not exactly point one, but similar to it. And that way you also get to know the Scions a little bit more. Whereas in the other expansions, you kind of focus here and there on one. Shadowbringers, you have a section with each Scion. But Endwalker, it happens direct, like, obviously they all happen one after another, but Endwalker happens directly as a result after Shadowbringers. And it can't stand on its own. It can't. Endwalker cannot stand on its own. You have to experience at least Shadowbringers. Yeah, no, I love Stormblood too. I'm really sad that so many people think that Stormblood is awful. Like, yeah, okay, it probably has some issues in terms of writing and stuff, but I enjoyed it. Like, when I was originally playing this, I had skipped ARR. I didn't go back to watch the cutscenes. I only watched the cutscenes that had voices. Then I went into Heavensward, and I was like, okay, you know, a bit overhyped, but yeah, I liked Heavensward. But Stormblood was really when I started enjoying it and enjoying what was going on. And I also have to feel like I need to love Stormblood because you get so much Alize in Stormblood. If you write off Stormblood and just completely get rid of it, you miss out on so much of Alize. Stormblood isn't bad at all, it's just not the best expansion. No, there's some people that are just, no, Stormblood bad. Freaking Barbie's Alamegan Revolution. I saw that post, I was like, fucking, I lost my shit. Barbie's Alamegan Revolution. But, no, like, again, I wholeheartedly feel Endwalker is a great expansion, but without Shadowbringers, it would go down so many notches because it depends on all the buildup that Shadowbringers gives it, as well as all the other expansions. It only works as a culmination of everything that came before it and a lot of Shadowbringers. Because again, Shadowbringers really, like, if the other expansions didn't get you to love the characters, Shadowbringers is where you fell in love with these characters and cared about them and had the most experiences with them. So many people love fucking Graha. There were people in Crystal Tower who didn't care about Graha, but then Shadowbringers happen and he's best boy. Look. Like, I enjoyed Endwalker, but it was too long. It was too cutscene heavy. It was barely a game. That's it. Alrighty, let's continue.
Across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
I liked this boy from the first cutscene I saw him in. Some people didn't care for Graha that much. Like, I played Crystal Tower and I was like, okay, yeah, this guy's okay. I can't, not again. You say it, I'll do it. I'm curious as to what this gives. I can't, not again. It's essentially like seeing him die at the end of Shadowbringers, like, like, even though you know you're gonna go back and get Graha, you're like, God, I lost him. He's gone. And this one, you're like, you're gonna die. You might not come back. And now for the stupid, irrational, dumb Mikote to hurt my heart again. You say it, I'll do it. I can't, not again. Which one? It's like I want you to promise that we'll still that we'll still have like adventures and stuff still after this, and it's just like I think I want to go with this one because I think I did this one. I can't, not again.
Forcing you through this again is the last thing I want, and I'm sorry.
Like, I can't lose you again, Grahak. It's like he knows what he's asking for you, and you're just like, I can't watch you go again, baby. Baby, I can't watch you go again. My cat boy,
We've
no.
never broken a promise to each other. So I ask that you have faith in us, and hear my request.
God damn it, Grahak, you're so good.
First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account.
Damn it, the sleepy has hit.
And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Oh, I love that. It's so cute.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before?
Yeah, he was like, I know exactly what to say to all this, but if I do, I know what that means.
Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self, and each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
We are able to determine an answer.
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together.
God damn, Raha, don't give the robot an existential crisis again.
So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants.
God damn it, the stupid precious cowboy. You don't get to do this so many goddamn times.
If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
The fact that they have tomorrow and tomorrow playing like fucking kills me. I swear if he does it again, I'm reaching through the screen, scruffing him and jamming him into the cat carrier to atone for his crimes. You want me to play the cutscene again? And he makes a crystal pathway. No, cease!
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
I love how Ellie's is like, just for fucking once, can you goddamn stay here? Alrighty. You're not alone. So as we walk, as we walk up that crystally path. Oh yeah, the walk-up scene is so good, but that's only in-game.
Did you find anything?
No, this place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
There's no one who we can motivate with our sacrifice.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
I want to watch the world. Stop, not another word. No, I won't allow it. I promised your parents I'd keep you safe. They will fucking kill me.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain.
Alpha, no, you don't understand. If you die, your mom and your dad will kill me, and I will run to the first, where then Dulia Chai will fucking kill me. Dulia, I'm sorry.
You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time.
Everyone's dying. Everyone's dying.
As your
Everyone's
friend,
dying.
I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, She's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
What I love too about Alize is that she, again, always makes herself known how she feels, but she's not afraid to cry.
Alize, I have an idea.
You always have an idea, Alphino.
Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end.
The fact that these children, these kids who only seem around 15 summers, and yet they're fully ready to give up their lives for the entirety of Atheres, for people they've never met. They're 100% ready to throw their futures just to make sure that we can reach the end.
This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
What are you?
She's like, well, fine, let's go.
The plan's decided. Then let's not dally.
Let's go fucking sacrifice ourselves, okay, Alphino? Let's go fucking sacrifice ourselves.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It's like, you're not gonna find anybody here. There's nobody here. Except Medion.
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends.
And some of you hearing this shit accidentally just wiped out people along. Oops.
Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow.
Hydrate, yes.
You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that.
Give me the outfit.
So in mercy, I sent you my gift. To spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger.
We rise, fall, and rise again.
Using that twin telepathy.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Yeah. Alrighty. So they made a little nice rainbow pathway, and there's a really good thing. They make you walk. You walk. You don't run. You walk. And as you walk, you kind of pass by these shades as you go to this thing and you walk up it, and each shade is someone you've met along your journey. 14. I think 14 or 15. You hear Ardbert twice, and you hear Minfilia and Hien. So many people. Meanwhile, an old Charlian. Horshafal, yes. Just all the people you've met throughout your journey. Or at least like the big ones from the expansions.
Please.
Really, really nice.
Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Please let all of them be safe. Blood red sky appears. It's like an associate of the Scions. Did we forget somebody? Oh, well, that was fucking weird. That was fucking weird. Onward. Yeah, there they are. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. I mean, there's no one to talk to you, so. I think my nails. Yeah, in order of the voices you hear, the sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on. And they make you walk. And each one is a voice. So list in order the voices you hear: Ardbert, Horshafon, Mirweb, Emmerich, Nonimo, Ralbon, Kane, Hien, Papalimo, Edmund, Becklug, Reen, Midgar Somner, Minfilia, and Ardbert. You walk up that ladder, they make you they call it RP walking, but they make you walk the entire way, and you're alone. You are alone. And you finally reach the top. It's a small walk, not a big one. A nice walk, though. I cried.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it.
It's just like, there's nothing beyond here. You can't get up here. And I see that you're out of friends. I see that you are out of friends to sacrifice.
Those were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace.
I've been gone for a while.
Come.
Yeah, you've been on mute for a while.
Let me relieve you of your
Yeah, I had
burden.
to.
You've
some
suffered
stuff.
enough.
We missed a lot of cutscenes, but a lot of this stuff brought tears. Like the last bit of this, especially with the twins, made me cry.
Mm-hmm.
It brought tears to my eyes. I'm like, oh no, not the kids.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world. You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Let's see. Also, now that they're all gone, all of the ways you get to the next era representative of the character sacrificed. A gust of wind for our dragoon boy, magic for Matoya, crystals for our resident cat boy, and a shining walkway of light from the hopes of the twins. It's quite nice. Your character glaring up at the unreachable place. The fuck, I can't reach that place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It.
Like, wait, I still have 2 more friends!
You thought we were done seeing these two, didn't you?
I have 2 more friends!
I bid them remember. But all this time, I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes.
This is bullshit.
Fuck you, Hermes. You made me look like a jackass.
Here I'm being all like, ugh, the past, I like the past. Everything fucking sucks, get off my lawn. And then I'm like, remember me, recuerda. I went all fucking Coco on these bitches, but I forgot the truth. This is bullshit, and I hate you, Hermes, and your dumb bird.
And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
And I can't even sleep.
I had to watch your adventure this whole time.
Ripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all.
I don't know, man.
I love him so much. He's just talking about the actual writing of the story.
I like how he's just like, oh no, man, it was kind of fun.
I like the story. It's great. I love the writing style, the technique used.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls.
I think this was pretty cool. God, I love my gay best friends. Synth gives the
I love
writers
them too.
I love the fucking self-stroking here. Synth gives the writers a 10 out of 10.
Hythlodaeus is great.
I fucking love Hythlodaeus.
Mm-hmm. He's the best.
But I won't say no to a bit part.
Oh no, but I do. I mean, if I get to be a part of it, that's pretty sweet too.
What are you?
Him says far and away my favorite character. Miriam's just like, the fuck?
What the hell is this?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not.
Love you, hate
We
me.
haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore.
So great.
That being said,
His fucking Zenith looking ass.
score to settle.
It's like, I ain't here to fight you. We kind of can't
But-
anyway. But this bitch.
But bitch.
But
You
this
think I'm
Damn, Vanar.
This bitch.
I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness.
It's always an asm.
Oh, fucking Vanar, you fucking best friend of mine.
I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome.
So you know that one meme where it was like types of headaches? And it
Yeah.
shows like the regions of the head. There was this
Yeah.
one meme that someone made where it was like headache, migraine, sinus, and then it was just the whole head was red, and it was all Hades. It was all Hades, and the whole head was red, and it said Azem. I need to find these fucking memes because someone did the meme and then made keychains out of them. And then one of them was Hythlodaeus holding a picture of that shark on legs, that really muscly one, and just like, this is useless. I have to find them. I sent it, I shared it with someone a while back, and I need to look for it. It has to be somewhere. I can't find it. Every SM has been a pain in the ass, for Hades specifically.
Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Even in death, he's over dramatic.
Great.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Look at that.
This place is such a great. I love this little spot.
Pretty great.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So
No,
loath
bro.
was I to bind another
No, bro.
living
Hins found 2 introverts and kidnapped them.
In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower.
Oh, yeah, this part broke me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
You never got your flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
At this point, a friend I was screen sharing with Discord, heavy sound cry some more. I've never been so called out since. And it's just like, yeah, okay. You've done what you need to do with this. Bring them back. And so I summoned my friends with the power of primals.
May you ever walk in the light.
At least I get to keep my rock shape, my rock gummy.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
Hey.
You'll find a way regardless.
This is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
And so I summoned. Shut the fuck up, Pancret.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see
I love
you
all their
again.
confidence.
Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Like, I love how you have that option. Like, come with us.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to kill her.
Yeah.
Just stop what you're doing.
The very notion that you offer them a chance to go back home.
Yeah, like, come
To
home.
a world to a living world with hope and life and love.
Yeah.
After what, eons being here?
Now for some of the best setup I've ever seen in a game. Ew, space
Can
people.
you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. Silence it! Silence our song of oblivion!
Blip.
The way is open. They can proceed.
Yeah.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
We're dead, Alize.
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible.
There's an Endwalker end book. There's an Endwalker art book. For a minute, I was gonna be like, there's an Artwalker end book.
Artwalker end book. Endwalker
something for me.
There's an art book for Endwalker that shows like the
Save
concept art
our
for Emmett
star.
Selk, and he is hot. But like, just the model just doesn't do the design justice. It's kind of like how if you look at Hien's artwork, he's actually a bit more like buffer and more like chiseled than his model gives credit for.
See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play.
Have fun, he says Hythlodaeus.
Live
Hythlodaeus
life.
is like, he says have fun.
He says to live life like only an Asm can.
Nerd.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
It's just like, you look like you're still sad to see him go, and he's like, God, there's stuff to do out there. Stop being fucking sad.
Golden cities of the New World. The sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
Look at all this buildup for future expansions I'm giving you, God.
What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
There's a whole other side of the world you haven't seen yet, you know.
I thought not.
The setup.
Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance.
He's just like, I know exactly how to cheer up my Azem. Have you, like, you've killed everybody else's gods. Have you seen your own? Have you kicked your own gods' asses? You can do that, you know.
All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you.
Don't worry, there's like 7 other worlds you can visit. A couple that you can save. Do it.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet
This is
again.
cute considering what we know about
If
the
not in
Azem
this
crystal.
life, then
Yeah.
perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good staying dead, Hythlodaeus.
Oh, don't be that way.
Don't be like that.
Oh, come on, dude. Fucking the Amaranth theme. I know people definitely cried seeing Emmett one last time, and then he goes again to remind you that he's dead.
He leaves you with parting words of encouragement.
Yeah. And then you remember,
like,
oh yeah, Emmett Selk killed several reflections. Cry. He's like, oh,
Yeah.
I know exactly how to cheer up my Azem adventure. Alrighty, we are at the last quest, which has a lot of fucking cutscenes. But here we are. Ooh. I don't know how long all these cutscenes are.
I think it'd be pretty long.
Ah, man. Yeah. I might have overshot this. It's long. So, I think telling an Azim about the new adventure like dangling keys in front of a cat. I'm wondering if we could do it. This might super overshot it. I'm not sure. One more stream? I think, you know what? You know what?
Big finale stream?
Yes, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think we are going to save the last batch of Endwalker cutscenes for the last stream. 1, because it's gonna be a lot. 2, there's a whole credit sequence that we're gonna have to go through. And 3, just so we can really take our time to talk about it. I think that's what we're gonna do. So, yeah, no, have a good night, T-Tam. I think what we're gonna do is, this is where we're going to wrap up. At the very last stretch of Endwalker, we will stop. And unfortunately, we will not be coming back to this next week. Or maybe we will. Hold on, one sec. Let me check something really quick. Okay. So, on the 17th, on Saturday, I have DMS. So what will happen after DMS, I will take a bit of a break, and then next week we will delve into the very last batch of cutscenes for Endwalker. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'm not quite sure. So I will think on it. Tomorrow we might either just do some more relic grinding, or maybe we'll play something else. I don't know. But I think this is where we're gonna call it. So I hope Vrappy, thank you for the follow. I'd say welcome to the stream. Oh, V-Rappy, there you go. Okay, you've been chilling and lurking, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it enough to be here. So next week around the same time, currently right now it is 11:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And usually my Saturday streams start at about either between 4 or 5 p.m. PST. So around that time is where we will start, and we will again finish this off, and we'll sit and hang and talk about it. And yeah, so then I'm also kind of low-key happy, because then we'll be ending the movie streams on an even number, because I like even numbers. But I think this is, well, I know this is where we're gonna end it off. I hope you all have a wonderful night. We will see you tomorrow or next week or whenever you choose to chill out. Have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.